Yes, let's start let's start our round table at our International Law Forum, Tashkent Law Forum. And we have to, yes, in Uzbek, we should try, in Uzbekistan, we are trying to work to build a strong civil society in Uzbekistan. And
строим гражданское общество.
Money to remove and we would like to speak about our progress in building a civil society. And this is our round table, and I would like to give our first floor to Muzrab Ikramov. I would like to greet our participants of our forum, and I would like to say that we are waiting when pandemic will stop. And first of all, I would like to say that I am grateful to see you at our Justice Ministry. And during this pandemic, we have to think about our well-being. And pandemic is teaching us to live in new ways. And as you can see, our round table is in a hybrid form, and our friends will greet us through video conferencing, and it's Justice Ministry's initiative, Second International Legal Forum, Tashkent Law Spring, and I just came from the panel meeting, and more than 20 countries and more than 25 international experts are participating in our forum. During forum, there will be 16 events, roundtables, discussions, and master classes. During the forum, we will pay attention to the state policy, to the anti-corruption expertise development, the digitization of public services, and of course, our round table. Dear friends, I would like to start the round table with the reforms, is building civil society, and our steps in this direction that we took in Uzbekistan. I would like to discuss these topics, and please tell us your opinion and raise problems in this area. And I would like to thank Konrad Adenauer Fund, Ronnie Dirk. He's the regional representative of this fund. Dear participants, to develop civil society in Uzbekistan, we pay extra attention to this topic. In short period, during these 4 years, we developed 7 normative acts in building civil society sphere, And it's a very short period for these kind of serious documents. If you would like to list these documents, so one of them is registering NGOs. So period decreased from 1 month to 15 days. International donors and taking money from international donors also get easy. And NGOs and monitoring of NGOs, their reports, everything is simplified. NGOs, so there is special internet portal to serve them to NGOs, and would like to start a special portal to gather funding. It will be transparent. And in March of this year, head of state accepted two important documents. On 3rd of March, it's a decree of the President of the Republic, Uzbekistan Republic, supporting of NGOs by state, and it lists different spheres where state can help them. For example, registering their symbols decreased to 15 days. Incapacitated people, veterans, and other people, groups that serve to this kind of people. So registering their marks are free right now. And also a concept of developing NGOs till 2025 also accepted. And this decree also accepts roadmap on developing NGOs. And head of our state, in his speech to the parliament, he talked about enforcing civil society and there should be organized a department inside parliament to support NGOs. And of course, we are working to develop NGOs, and we are writing the code of NGOs. And so, of course, it's very laborious work to develop code on NGOs, and people asking when we will accept it. But of course, you should understand that we are learning, of course, foreign experience in this matter. And when we will have working draft, of course, we will present it to you for discussion. And frankly, we should meet not only in this kind of official forums, but in more closer conditions to discuss all those problems. And of course, there are a lot of topics that we can discuss with you, and we are ready to talk about all those matters of civil society, and we are ready to cooperate with you. And welcome to the round table. Let's start. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kramf. And lately we see good tendency. Ministry of Justice cooperates with NGOs in a very constructive way. And if you look at the last 3 years, Ministry of Justice was the organizer of those forums and also was actively participating. And recently, Minister of Justice organized several trainings for NGOs on registering, on legal relationships, and I see it as a very helpful assistance to NGOs. And if you can see, we have this first time, this session for specifically for NGOs and related matters. And it shows how serious how serious Minister of Justice in these matters. And I would like to give floor to the head of the Association of NGOs of Uzbekistan. To Kamaleddin Shanhajayev.
Assalomu alaykum. Tadbir ishtirokchilari, men avvalambor uzr so'ramoqchidim.
Good morning, dear participants. I was recently appointed to this position, actually several days before. If I have some kind of mishaps, I beg your pardon, and I would like to speak in Russian. Yes, actually you can speak in English, in Russian, and in Uzbek as well. And if you need a translation, please ask for the headphones. Again, let me greet you in this event. It's an hour for me. It's an hour to me to take a floor in this kind of forum, and if you and this is our roundtable on developing civil society, and our association NanoUZ
of Uzbekistan, but for me it was quite
for me
interesting to touch
it's very
upon
interesting,
this subject,
specifically this topic.
Our
As
distinguished
our
deputy minister has
renowned
already
deputy minister already talked about
in the regulatory framework. And he mentioned there is in presidential decrees and resolutions which address and cover all the subjects and all aspects of operation of NGO operation. If you allow me, I have drafted something, but I just want to speak from my heart. The topic that is on the agenda today is quite valuable for our society, because for the local people, for the local society, this public institution, social institutions is a new thing. I am saying it's a novelty because they are different from the we are different from the European society and the local mentality. And here I'm expressing my private view and as a new person. So this the local mentality is different from that of our colleagues in the West, but still we would like to benefit from the experience of our colleagues from the West, but taking into account the local specificities. But the things that have been mentioned in the two documents, which is the presidential resolution 53 and presidential decree, these two documents represent all aspects of the NGO operation in Uzbekistan. And here I would like to quote some opinions of a French philosopher, Montesquieu, who said that civil society is it intends to end the animosity, and the Gogel, the German philosopher, said that civil society caters to the implementation of private interests, and And there are contradictions between private interests and the power of government. Civil society is not able to cope with, and the government priority should integrate all these varied and diverging interests. Of course, there are other views on the nature of the civil society, but without the government support and which is addressed in these two documents and on which these two documents are focused, supporting NGOs. I believe that our government and society moves to the stage where lots of freedoms are given, a lot of room is provided, a lot of space is provided for the free movement and free operation of non-governmental, non-profit organizations. And I would like to mention that if again, the resolution 5012 of issued on March, it speaks a lot. This resolution speaks a lot about different opportunities, creating different opportunities to improve NGO operation. Specifically, the motivation and incentivizing the NGO staff is already valuable. And we're speaking about NGO representatives who took part in the formulation of the civil society laws and codes and statutes. And our national association, in the association we have a foundation, and this foundation for a long period of time has been running not at its full capacity. And starting this year, major resources have been allocated, more than 10 billion Uzbek sums allocated for the development of NGOs and their operation, and the support coming from this foundation, I believe, will also contribute to the improvement of the entire background and the entire scene in which the NGOs operate in the country. But I would like to know that in parallel, there is ongoing training for the leaders and the staff of NGOs. Not only we want to train them in what we have and what's available, but we want to bring in our colleagues from other countries, other nations, and now we are developing some textbooks, guidebooks, training manuals, and other documents to help them improve their work. I would like to note that this intensified government support as grants and subsidies and social services procurement or NGO will increase 1.2 times this year, and will increase up 1.8 times by 2025. And it is unprecedented that the government, of course, through the foundation of public support to NGO under the parliament, would be allocating such huge amounts of money for the for the civil society development. I would also like to know that over the two years between 2021 and 22, all over the country, we will create co-working centers in Karakalpakstan, the province centers, and the city of Tashkent to establish effective cooperation between civil society institute activism to implement civil initiatives to discuss issues of socio-economic development, draft suggestions to address the current problems and improve the individual knowledge and skills using these grant funds and subsidies. And I would like to note that there's large amounts of money allocated to support NGO and other civil society institutions under the parliament and Jahargi Kanes of Karakalpakstan in the 16 billion sums, 1/6, and allocated this year. It will reach 70 billion by the year 2025. And again, this demonstrates that the government does focus on supporting local NGOs. Speaking of the National Association of NGOs itself, we are taking steps now towards protecting the rights and legitimate interests of NGOs in courts, in local and national organizations. So we want to become the bridge between NGOs and government. And there is a need in that because for a number of years, we have been surveying some government institutions, government authorities, unofficial, that survey was unofficial, and we surveyed NGO leaders who actually who do need some consultants, some counseling, legal counseling, and other kind of consultations and advice. And another area of activity of our association is creating favorable, conducive socio-economic conditions to implement the NGO initiatives through the foundation that will start operating this year. And we also want to bring together members and partners to promote democratic processes in the country. And we want to find our partner organizations in other countries, and we have started working on it with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 29th of April this year, we will have our first video conference with our German colleagues. I think I have taken quite a lot of time already, but in brief, the government and the society, the general public, are now ready to see NGOs standing firmly on their feet and start operating independently. I want to thank also the Ministry of Justice, because honestly, over this short period of time, I have felt their experience, their strong support from regular officers in the ministry, and also from the leadership of the Ministry of Justice, which is always forthcoming and supportive. Here I would like to end my presentation and thank you again for listening. Since I represent the National Association of NGOs of Uzbekistan, I want to thank all my colleagues and co-workers, and I look forward to our productive cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Nuridinov, for your informative presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janhojayev. You raised very actual and pressing topics, and we have different views in the world now about the civil society, about the forms of civil society, and the main two of them, one of them, which is more popular in the West, which says that the civil society should be strong, and also we have the form of civil society maybe which is more dominant in Japan and Korea. Of course, they should be a civil society, a strong one, but it should be somehow monitored and supported by the state as well. And also in Uzbekistan, we also have different views, opinions on ways to develop the civil society in Uzbekistan. Thank you very much, Mr. Janhojayev, for your very good presentation. And now we have an opportunity to know more about the German experience to develop civil society. And the next speaker is Mr. Ronny Heine, who is the representative of Konrad Adenauer Fund in Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. And unfortunately, he couldn't participate on site on this event. And Mr. Heine, the floor is yours.
Participants of this meeting, on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Fund, I'm
happy to greet you. The topic of this roundtable dedicated to the development and importance of the civil society.
Фонд имени Конрада Аденауэра
share
является
my
официальным
thoughts about
общественным
that.
объединением в
So,
Германии. И вот уже в течение 26 лет активно работает в Республике Узбекистан и регионе Центральной Азии. Таким образом, фонд имени Конрада Аденауэра представляет собой часть гражданского общества Германии. В Германии существует более 600 тысяч объединений, которые принимают участие в разных сферах жизни. К примеру, в политической и социальной сферах, в сфере заботы о молодежи, людях пожилого возраста. Тем самым общественные объединения являются значимыми фигурами в Германии и играют большую роль в развитии общества, а также могут брать на себя выполнение задач, которые призваны исполнять государственные структуры. В силу того, что общественные организации перенимают некоторые государственные задачи, это позитивно отражается в самом...
Helps to develop the society. Dear participants over this, and as you know, the topic of this event is dedicated to the importance of the civil society. And I'd like to share some of my opinions. Adenauer Foundation is a public organization which, and because of the 26 years, has been working in Uzbekistan and Central Asia. And Adenauer Foundation is part of the civil society, and we have over 100,000 public organizations in Germany, and they are registered and they are non-commercial public organizations, and they are free from any taxes, exempt from any taxes, and perform their duties that are expected from the organization of this kind, and it has this positive impact on the society and boosts the activity among the citizens and generation of ideas. Germany helps to promote society in various ways. So all these organizations are registered and as non-governmental organizations, and they are exempt from taxes, and by exempting them from tax, the state supports civil initiatives, and the society consists not only of the organizations but of very active citizens who may not be part of an organization but may unite each other to express their opinion on development, and in so doing help to further develop society. And this is a part and parcel of the society in Germany that leads to positive development. Development of society, non-government organizations is also very important for Uzbekistan, you know. And of course, it is a very praiseworthy activity, because through the activity of non-government organizations reflects the desire to fight corruption and for democratization, and by participation of citizens in non-government organizations. In conclusion, I would like to stress it is very encouraging that Uzbekistan attaches great importance to the development of non-government organizations, and I'm aware that in many parts of Uzbekistan there are such public houses, so to speak, where people can take different public functions. And of course, our foundation helps the development of civil society in Uzbekistan, and will continue to do so to make sure that the society is even further developed. So I wish you all a very productive discussions, and I believe that it would have an impact that will go beyond this world all over the Republic and will produce new results in the development of society. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
I hope that you'll pass our regards to Mr. Ronnie Height. Now we would like to go to switch to Mr.
Thank you very much.
Tatabayev.
Asked me to actually put some more flesh on what has been said earlier. Germany has very rich experience in developing civil society, but did not impose this experience. And according to various international standards, ratings, Germany is recognized as a very country with a developed civil society. And I think it is worthwhile to have a closer look at this experience. And of course, not copying, because there's no gold standards there. And of course, a society of Germany is not something that was brought from outside. It just organically developed within the society. And of course, it was very gratifying to hear Hegel. And of course, Germany could be called the nation of philosophers along with the Greeks. And we believe that the German society received this philosophical grounding, which was further developed. And of course, we all know all the names of the German philosophers, well, Immanuel Kant, and Hegel. And of course, those two philosophers and their work is the founding stone of the German civil society. Kant was one of the first to talk about what is good and what is bad for a man, and of course a woman, and of course that it's not to be ruled centrally by the government and imposed, and of course independence, and it shouldn't be actually, it doesn't need any stewardship. I think that's the basis of his philosophy. And Hegel talked about the equality of people. People are indeed equal. And then, of course, when we talk about the civil society, we talk about the expression of the private interests of people, an opportunity for them to express their will. And of course, we know the Federal Republic of Germany was set up in 1949, and from early days, and the document, which we call Constitution, they call it the principal law, which was adopted, understanding that it might be transitory law, which will be further amended and added, but in practice, this law was so viable and useful that it has been in use since then. And the Article 20 of the Principal Law of Germany states that all power emanates from people. And so, citizens have rights and responsibilities
Ключевым
to
понятием здесь
participate
является
in the decision
сопричастность.
making.
Она не
And
может
a very
ограничиваться
important thing
волеизъявлением у
here
избирательных
is
урн раз в 4
the
или 5 лет. Это
participation.
должен быть
And of
постоянный
course, it's
процесс,
not
так
only
закреплено во
3,
всех
4
законодательных
times
актах Германии.
once in 3,
Основу
4
стабильной
years
демократии
during the election,
составляют три
but
ключевых элемента в Германии.
constantly. And there are
Государство,
3 main pillars
рыночные
in
отношения и,
Germany:
как это подчеркивается во
state,
всех немецких
market
документах,
relations, and
зрелые
as
граждане,
they say,
а также динамические
mature
соотношения интересов. Решающей
citizenry.
предпосылкой,
And of
однако,
course,
является действующий
very
общий принцип
important
строя разделения
is
ветвей
the
государственной власти,
principle
связанной с
division of
контролем за
powers
исполнительной, законодательной и
and
судебной властью.
checks and
Понятие
balances
цивильное
between
и
various
гражданское общество
branches of
обозначает
power.
основной принцип
And when we talk about
демократии.
civil
Под государством
society,
и
we
обществом
talk about
подразумевается
the
сообщество
main
зрелых
principle of
граждан, которые
democracy.
сами
So when we
совместно определяют свою
talk
судьбу.
about the
В более
civil
узком
society, we talk
смысле
about the
слова гражданское общество определяется как
union of
демократические
the
формы
mature
самоорганизации общества,
citizens who are able to
независимо от
express
государства и
their
независимо
wills and who
от рынка,
can do
вне
this
рынка.
irresponsive of the
Демократическое,
state
поскольку тот, кто
and
не
the market.
признает основополагающих
And
прав
so,
гражданина и человека,
and it's
не может быть
democratic
частью гражданского общества.
because
Таким
if you do
образом,
not
гражданское
respect
общество
these
является
rights, you cannot be part of the
элементарной,
society.
базовой
And
составляющей
in
частью действующей
in such
демократии.
a way,
Государство создается
society is a
гражданами, а не отдельными
part and parcel
институциями или
of
группами заинтересованных
democracy.
лиц.
And state is
Люди имеют
comprised
полное
of
право на участие в политических
citizen
решениях
individuals, and
государства
people
и,
have a
более
full
того,
right to
право
participate
контроля
in decision
за
making
реализацией этих
and
решений.
governance and
В Германии существует
oversight over
многообразие
the
действующих лиц и
decisions
организаций,
that are
представляющих
made. And
и
there
не
are very many
государство, и не
organizations in
рынок,
Germany
а причисляемых так называемому гражданскому
that
обществу
are
третьему сектору.
non-governmental
Это профсоюзы,
and
церковь, свободные
those
группы
that do not
избирателей, объединения по защите прав
belong to the commercial
потребителей, а также
interests.
союзы
The
охраны прав
third pillar,
квартиросъемщиков,
so there'll be
природоохранные группы,
well, the
организации
church,
соседской
the
взаимопомощи,
housing
спортивные объединения,
societies,
добровольная противопожарная служба,
sports
женские организации,
unions,
организации самопомощи
women's
и алкогольных команд.
organizations.
Здесь граждане решают
Well,
конкретные
the
проблемы.
union
Тут осуществляется представительство их интересов.
to fight against
Многие
alcohol. And the
занимаются
people
общественно значимой
unite
работой и тем
around
самым
their
берут на себя
interests. And many
ответственность
people
за общее
actually
благо. Социальная и
do certain
политическая
work
ответственность человека
and
является вот
provide
тем
public good.
корректирующим фактором
And
развития
in this
рыночных
case,
сил, которые сами по себе, как считают в
they
Германии,
help to
не
develop
могут быть основой
market forces
функционирующего
and
общества.
who
Рыночные
are in
отношения
themselves
должны
cannot
корректироваться
be
гражданской
functional.
активностью.
They should be corrected by
Благодаря
the
комплексному
civil
взаимодействию
activity. And
государства,
thanks to the
частных
complex
собственников, ориентированных
interplay
на прибыль, и
between
представителей гражданского общества,
private
вот тут возникает
entrepreneurs and
необходимость
the
демократии
representatives of the
поле
civil society,
напряжения,
we
а из
have
него
this
произрастает консенсус
the
и
field
стабильность. При этом, конечно, важную роль играет свободная
an
пресса в
interaction
качестве
that brings
посредника, коммуникатора
sustainability
и
and
контролирующей инстанции, без
equality.
которой не могут
And they
обойтись
also
ни
provide
государство,
different functions,
ни экономика,
including
ни
that of
третий
the
сектор.
controlling and
Только
oversight,
общественное
and both
обсуждение при
state
пересечении
and
различных интересов может привести к
commercial
формированию
interests
достаточно
and the
обоснованного общественного
society
мнения.
need this
Гражданское
function.
общество в таких условиях
And the
является
civil society in
препятствием
this
демократии.
case is
В
the
Германии есть удивительный
feeding
феномен,
ground for the
когда чисто
democracy. And in
гражданская
Germany, there's
активистская
one
деятельность
phenomenon
привела к
when
формированию мощнейшей политической силы,
civil
влияющей на судьбы
movement
государства. Я имею в
actually
виду такую
produce the
партию,
force
как
that
Союз
can influence
90-х
the life
«Зеленый».
of
Выросла эта партия, которая сейчас
society.
на
I talk
грядущих
about the
выборах
party of the
является одним из главных
Green Party,
кандидатов
and
на победу
so
на
as we know,
парламентских
it is
выборах в
one of the
сентябре, а также
competing
выдвинула целый ряд уже
parties in the
знаменитых
parliament,
государственных
German
деятелей.
parliament, and
Сформировалась эта
it
партия
produced
из
very famous
экологического движения зеленых в Западной
public
Германии и
figures.
движения
So when it
за
started from
гражданские права в бывшей
this movement
ГДР. И вот эти два истока и стало источником
for
формирования мощнейшей
environment and civil
политической
rights,
партии.
both in Western
Свободный
and
демократический
Eastern
строй образует
Germany.
как основу, так и
So the
пределы
free
всей
democratic
общественной деятельности
society
ФРГ. Это относится
defines
также и к действующим
the
силам гражданского
framework for
общества.
the
Статья
activity
9 Конституции
activities
гарантирует
in
гражданам
Germany, and
право
Article
свободного
9
образования
of
объединений, то
the
есть право
law
создавать союзы и
guarantees the
общества,
right
но в пункте 2
to
вносит ограничения. Я его процитирую. Запрещаются
come
объединения,
into
цели,
various
либо деятельность,
unions, but at the
которых
same time
противоречат
there are
уголовным
bans
законам или
on
направлены против
the
конституционного строя,
unions that would
либо
be
против идей взаимопонимания
go against the
народов.
criminal law
Но все-таки
or
предпосылкой для этого является
have
четкое
a
законе
destructive
независимой
impact
судебной
on
власти.
the
И если речь
mutual
идет о запрете,
understanding of
то последнее
peoples.
слово,
And
разумеется, остается
of
за
course,
судами.
even in
Правовое
here, it's
государство
a court,
ФРГ
judicial power
отличается
that
бдительностью
decides
и
upon it.
способностью защищать
And of
себя.
course,
Немцы извлекли большой
and
опыт
the judicial
из истории
branch of
Веймарской
power is
республики, которая не
very
смогла создать механизмов для прихода к
functional,
власти
and
фашистской
they took a
диктатуры.
good
Поэтому вот эта
the
составляющая очень
lesson from
важная
the
в
Weimar
Германии, так,
Republic, which were
и
not able
препятствует
to defend
передвижению
themselves
деструктивным
against
силам,
Germany.
которые
So
под
that
прикрытием,
makes
да,
Germany
институтов
different,
гражданского
that they are
общества и
able
демократии
to
могут дестабилизировать так,
withstand
развитие страны
some
как
destructive
демократичного
forces
государства.
that may have a name
Предпосылкой
to
для функционирования
disrupt the
гражданского общества
German
есть наличие
development
зрелого
because
гражданина. И государство, которое
democracy. And we
относится к
talk about the
гражданину не с
future
недоверием,
citizen
а само
and
содействует
a
широкому
state that
публичному
treats a
обсуждению того
citizen
или иного вопроса.
not with
Поэтому
mistrust,
федеральное
but in
правительство
actually
избрало
involve
себе
them in the
идеал
decision making.
содействующего
Therefore,
государства.
the
Так это
ideal
называется,
here that the
содействующего
state
государства, создающее
supporting
необходимые
state,
рамочные условия
which
с тем,
creates
чтобы
a
неправительственные
necessary
организации,
framework
союзы и объединения могли
for
успешно развиваться.
non-government
Здесь я
organizations
хотел бы
to
процитировать
work and
слова
flourish.
великого
And of course,
философа. Мы
I
его
can
знаем
cite
только как
here
поэта, он
the great
философ
philosopher.
Иоганн
We know him
Вольфганг
as a poet,
Гёте.
but he is
Он
indeed
сказал, то
a
правительство является
poet,
наилучшим,
Goethe,
которое
and he
нас
said,
учит
what
управлять
government is the
самими
best?
собой.
It is
Это вот
that
лежит и в основе вот этой
teaches
концепции
us how
гражданского
to govern
общества в Германии.
ourselves. So
Между
that
государством и обществом
goes along with
существуют
the
отношения
ideas of the
сотрудничества, а не отношения
society. And
непримиримого
of course, there's a
противоречия.
cooperation,
Гражданское общество
not
нуждается в эффективном и содействующем государстве.
contradiction between the
Содействующее
two. And
государство
of
не
course,
значит,
the
что
society
государство обязано
needs
стать во
state.
главе
And the
неправительственных
supporting state
организаций или
doesn't
должно
mean that
руководить
the
ими. Было бы
state should
бессмысленно
dominate
желать
over
проявления общественной активности при помощи
society. I think it
указов.
will quite
Гражданам не нужна
unsensible to
управляемая демократия,
rule
считали в
with
Германии. Тем не менее,
decrees, and
государство должно
they believe that
гарантировать
Germany
необходимую
doesn't
свободу
need
действий и создавать
regulated
рамочные условия,
democracy, and
например,
then
как
still
сказал господин
states should
Хайне,
create
решить вопросы
necessary
налогового
framework, the
законодательства
playing ground.
и смягчать
And here we talk
бремя
about the
бюрократии. Это
taxes,
непрерывная работа.
and
Да?
then
Бюрократию
reduce
всегда
red
надо
tape,
держать в
which is
узде,
the job that has
и
been
чтобы
had to be
она
done
не отражалась на
constantly. Bureaucracy had to be
зарегулировании
reined in,
вот тех сфер,
and
которые
it
входят в
shouldn't
сферу
have a
гражданского
negative
общества.
impact
Таким образом,
on
оно
the
поощряет
development
общественную
of the
деятельность и
society. In
создает
so doing,
стимулы
they
к проявлению
supporting
активности.
public
Ну, время у нас
activity.
подходит к концу.
And of
Завершить
course, I'm running out of time,
характеристику
and I would
концепции
like
гражданского
to
общества и
finish
практики гражданского общества
by
в Германии. И хотел бы еще одним интересным
by
аспектом, который
one
характерен для
very interesting
Германии.
aspect that
Германия
is
одно из тех
characteristic of
государств,
Germany. And
которое
Germany is one of
считает,
those states
что
that
многие
believes
институты гражданского
that
общества, особенно
many
международные,
institutes of
нужно привлекать
society,
к решению
especially
глобальных
international
проблем.
institutes,
Не только
had to
внутри
be
страны,
involved
а эти
for the
международные организации, неправительственные,
deliberation on the global
должны
problems.
на равных
And then,
с
so these
государствами
NGOs
участвовать в обсуждении
should
глобальных проблем.
on
Ну,
par
в
with
частности,
the
речь идет о таких очень известных
public
организациях, скажем, как
organization
Greenpeace,
to
да, которые связаны с экологической
have a say
проблематикой,
in decision making.
или
So
Amnesty
here we talk about
International,
the
которая связана
Greenpeace
с правозащитной
or Amnesty International,
организацией.
for example.
И Германия исходит из того, что без
And
участия
Germany
подобного рода
believes that without
организаций
participation of
невозможно
such
решить целый ряд
organizations,
глобальных проблем.
it's
Например,
important to
обеспечение продовольствием, помощь
decide certain
беженцам
issues,
или
like
медицинское
the
обеспечение
providing
в кризисных ситуациях. Да, вы знаете,
help
какой уровень
to
организации «Врачи без границ».
a refugee,
В
for
Афганистане, в
example,
соседней
or in
нашей стране, к
crisis
примеру,
areas, what
над
Médecins Sans
восстановлением страны
Frontières,
рука
for
об руку
example, in
работают представители
Afghanistan,
государственных и
where we
негосударственных
see those
организаций.
public and
Когда я
non-governmental
немножко присмотрелся к
organizations.
германскому
And
опыту,
when
там
I
много что
had a
интересного,
closer look
но
at
меня
German
поразила
experience, there are a lot of
невероятно
interesting things.
развитая
And I
институция
was really amused, but
гражданских
very well
инициатив,
developed
гражданских обществ
system of
в
the
медицинской сфере. Да, это просто тоже очень поучительный пример.
civil initiatives
Это
in the
та сфера,
healthcare
в которой,
area.
когда больные
And this is
нуждаются в помощи, который выходит
the
за рамки
case
врачебного или
when
больничного медицинского
if
обслуживания.
a patient
Когда
needs the help which
больные люди
actually
сами
transcends the
объединяются, да, и делятся опытом, и консультируют
remit
друг
of
друга в случае
public health
возникновения таких
organizations,
очень
then
серьезных заболеваний. Я просто
well,
для примера перечислю несколько общегерманских
these
организаций,
organizations,
действующих в этой
non-governmental
сфере.
organizations
Это
can
тоже
step
очень
in. I can give you
интересный
just
позитивный
two
опыт.
examples,
Это германская
which is a
организация
great
помощи в борьбе со
experience. A German
СПИДом.
organization
Это германское общество множественного
to fight
склероза,
AIDS
специально, да, общество
and the
национальной
Multiple
организации,
Sclerosis
занимающейся
Society.
этой болезнью, объединением людей, страдающих от этих болезней, и их родственников, в том числе, помощь родственников. Германская лига борьбы с ревматизмом. Женщинам помогает себе после рака.
rheumatism,
Союз
and then
родственников психических больных, так,
cancer
анонимные алкоголики и так
society,
далее, и так
and
далее.
then the
То есть это очень важная сфера, вы же знаете,
alcoholics, so on and so forth.
здравоохранение,
As you know,
здоровье –
it's
это
a
же
very
основа
important area,
нашего с вами
and
существования вообще как
health is
существ.
the
И
foundation
вот эти
of
организации
any
создают
sound
невероятно
society.
позитивное
And
поле
this
помощи
non-governmental
гражданам,
organization create
которые
this
испытывают
very
проблемы,
positive
связанные с болезнями,
filled
выходящие за
environment
сферу чисто
when
медицинских
those
услуг, которые могут
patients
им предоставить больницы и так
who
далее, и
have
так далее.
special
Это только
needs
небольшой
they
пример.
which you
Я,
cannot
конечно, не
receive from
претендую
the
на то, что я смог в
public
коротком очень выступлении каким-то образом
hospitals
раскрыть
can
такую
receive.
тему,
So it
как
was
гражданское
very
общество
short
в Германии. Я хотел
time for
только
me
сделать несколько
to
таких
actually
характерных
develop on this
черт, чтобы попытаться
very
сформировать
important
все-таки
topic. Well,
какое-то
I'll try
базовое
to give you
представление
just some
об этой
overviews
важной части современного опыта
to talk
развития
about the
развитой
very important
европейской страны.
experience of this
Ну и я
very developed
присоединяюсь к господину Хайне.
European
Большая
country. And of
признательность
course, I
вам
second
всем
Mr. Heine
за участие в
to
этом форуме, важном форуме.
express my
Большое
gratitude
за
for
приглашение. Большое спасибо министру,
invitation
нашему
to
фонду.
participate in
И
this
я должен сказать, по поручению господина
foundation.
Хайне,
And
мы постараемся
on
максимально
behalf of
содействовать
Mr. Heine, I
всем
would like
процессам,
to
связанным
assure
с
you
развитием
that, of
гражданского
course, we will
общества
be
в Узбекистане. Всего вам
doing our
доброго,
best to
здоровья
help
прежде всего.
the development of
Спасибо большое, господин
society in
Татыбаев,
Uzbekistan.
Азиз Юныч. Действительно, не хотелось перебивать.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tatibayev.
Thank
I
you
wouldn't even dare interrupting you, and
very
thank you.
much,
You have taken up
our dear
all the
speaker.
time. Very interesting, very examples you cited. And in my view, we do need to look at the model of Germany, at the experience of Germany. I need to seek your advice. The coffee break for 20 minutes is scheduled now, but since we have participants waiting to speak in Zoom, may I suggest that we reduce coffee break to 10 minutes, or you can bring coffee into the conference room. So let us meet in 5 or 10 minutes, not more than that. What do you think? Because we will have an hour and a half to discuss. So I suggest we meet at 12:30, and we will have time to have coffee and then resume without major delay. 10 minutes, please, break.
hurmatli davra suhbati ishtirokchilari,
distinguished participants,
dear participants, let's continue our roundtable. In our first part, we heard interesting presentations, learned international experience, and in our second part, I would like to give floor so the topic is cooperation of NGOs with Parliament and state in its experience of Slovenia and European Union. Presenter is Katarina Bervar-Sternat. She is very experienced expert in this sphere, the head of Legal Information Center in Slovenia. Please. Ms. Sternat.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants and organizers. I'm honored to be with you, even if virtually. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to present some good experience that we have from Slovenia. My presentation, as said, will focus on how NGOs can cooperate with the state so that better protection of human rights can be achieved. I work in a legal center for protection of human rights. I've been the director for more than 10 years. We work on various issues related to human rights. And, but perhaps let me first start by saying that for the NGOs, I hope that someday there will be no longer the need for us to exist, so that we will live in societies and systems where everything will work perfectly. But for now, there are still many challenges to address. And let me get back to the advocacy work of NGOs. When I talk about advocacy, I mean all the activities that can help achieve our goals. That may include awareness raising, trainings, different campaigning, cooperation with the government, but also, for example, strategic litigation. And our goals are, of course, positive changes. Changes in legislation, policies and practices, systemic changes that are sustainable, and the changes that improve the quality of life and well-being of people, that improve protection of human rights and the environment, support development and economic growth. So shortly, changes that make our lives better. So when we talk about the role of NGOs in pursuing these goals, we of course ask ourselves, why do we need NGOs to do that? And the answer might be obvious, but the fact is that states are rarely able or willing to see what are the existing gaps on the ground. So states are robust systems that rarely touch upon individual situations and are able to provide services to individuals, humanitarian aid, legal aid, so to people, communities. And this is something that NGOs do easier. And that also enables us to talk to people, to hear their problems, to provide aid. And through this, we can identify existing gaps. So what does not work in either legislation, protection system, or practices implemented on the ground. And our main role is to bring this information to state authorities, to make them aware what is happening on the ground, in the communities, families to individuals. We are the link between the people and the decision makers, the authorities. And I often use this picture that we are like a mirror to the government, and it is up to the government to look into it. The more willing is the government to address these issues, less effort and persistence is needed on the NGO side. I would like to also to emphasize that our role is not to oppose the government, but to present the existing gaps, problems, and also present solutions. We always have an idea how to solve something. Sometimes we agree, and sometimes we do not agree with the authorities. So I've been in the sector for more than 15 years, and we have tried many things to achieve the change, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But as I often say to people that come to our center and we work with, is working on human rights protection is a marathon. You really need the strength and persistence, and change normally comes slowly. But it's worth it for the sake of all of us. We've been working on very different issues, like ratification of international treaties, an anti-discrimination law, disability rights, eradication of poverty, environmental protection. But it's not only on what you work on, it is also a lot about how you do it. And in my opinion, there are some points that are really important for successful advocacy. For example, I would give a special emphasis on expertise, cooperation, networking, making allies, and using legal avenues. So, going to the first point of the expertise, I would say that it is really important for an NGO to have a good background on the issues that it works on. So the staff really needs to be trained. It needs constant building of capacities through training, internal, externals. And of course, that much depends on the area, whether you work on social or legal environment. So the trainings should focus on that. But that really enables an NGO to have a good insight on the situation, to be able to prepare analysis of this situation, prepare good reports, and do the quality monitoring of the situation. So related to this, also knowing international standards and jurisprudence, comparative data, these are all the things that build credibility in the NGO. So that is sort of ground to start working on advocacy activities and bring this expertise to the authorities. So the second point, the cooperation with national authorities can be really constructive. And there are, of course, different entry points in cooperation with national authorities. One of the things we really strive for is early participation in legislative procedures. We believe that quality legislative procedures starts with different experts from the field that bring together their expertise, knowledge, and experience. So this early participation can be formal or informal. We have a lot of working groups that are started or prepared just for the sake of preparing one law, which is extremely good practice. But this can be also informal. Sometimes NGOs have very good cooperation with public officials, and this cooperation on particular legislation can start even as such, through meetings, through gatherings, also through exchange of expertise. But the condition, as already mentioned, is expertise, providing useful and credible knowledge that can be included in the process. Second important part of the cooperation is public discussion. In Slovenia, we have a normative resolution on government procedures that demands from the government to publish all the draft legislation and also to organize public discussion for at least 30 and maximum 60 days. That enables different experts, but also NGOs, to put inputs into to this procedure. And the benefits of these procedures are that they are transparent and they are inclusive. And the responsibility of the government is to respond to the inputs. So it has to explain why something was adopted afterwards and why something was rejected. That also gives a good overview how the government thinks and what is important for the government. So the third part of the cooperation with national authorities is a constructive dialogue. The higher is the credibility, or how the better established the NGO is in public, more doors are opened, at least in Slovenia. So access to ministers, to public officials, but also other bodies like Ombudsman, Advocate for Equality, Public Information Officer, and even police. This is extremely important to maintain ongoing, continuous, constructive dialogue, to open up issues as they present. So sometimes you can already address a problem or an issue at a very early stage, and it doesn't have a negative consequences that it might have if not communicated in such an early stage. But we also need to know that sometimes when in this dialogue with the authorities, we have to agree to disagree. So sometimes we do not find a common solution, but of course, this is all the process, and everybody has its own role. So do NGOs, and we persist then in an ongoing procedures. If a legislation procedure goes further on, then it is extremely important for us to have a cooperation with the Parliament. And that also entails a good knowledge of the legislative procedure. When, what, who is has to be addressed at a certain point of the legislative procedure. Knowing members of the Parliament is extremely important. What is their background? What is their position on particular issues? What were their previous statements on the same issue that you're advocating, for example, at certain point? We try to provide information, data and statistics from the ground to the members of the Parliament to enable them to have better overview of the situation on the ground. Sometimes we also bring people from the ground to talk to the members of the Parliament, for example, victims of crime. We also attend sessions of parliamentary commissions or sessions of the chamber. We also often speak at those events and also present what are our findings and propositions on the issue. And we also provide follow-up to the members if, for example, legislation was adopted, and we then report how it is implemented further on. I have to say that this part really takes a lot of time and capacities, but it's really, really important, and it builds relationship that is really can have positive outcomes. On the other level, NGOs really have to build coalitions and networks to build strength. We have smaller NGOs in Slovenia, so we don't have NGOs with a lot of capacities in its own structure. This is why we, for example, do networks on ad hoc basis. If there is a legislation related to domestic violence prevention, then we form a coalition of NGOs working on the issue. Or, for example, on asylum and migration. Currently, we have a network of 30 NGOs that provide different kind of support to refugees. And it is really important to combine the skills, expertise, and knowledge to successfully advocate and present the issue in the public. So these ad hoc or long-term coalitions actually help us, the sector, but it mostly helps the people and the communities that we are trying to help. We are also building coalitions with NGOs on a regional level, on a cross-border issues like migration, or, for example, on a level of Council of Europe related topics like ratification of Istanbul Convention. And of course, also on the EU level. On the EU level, we form formal coalitions where we are members of particular networks, and it's a bit more structured. On the other hand, on the national level, these networks are much more fluid. And then these networks tend to find allies in the media, in the academia, but also among, for example, individuals like students, volunteers, and victims. Sometimes our ally is also judiciary. It really depends on the issue. We really work closely with the media. We believe that this ongoing partnership can really increase the awareness on particular topics and support our cause. So, for example, we also do workshops for journalists to present them certain problems or issues or legal framework in which a certain topic is to be dealt with. They also help us make campaigns much more effective. So it's really an important partnership that we build with the media and also with academia. Additional expertise that comes from academia and opinions that they can provide are a valuable asset in the advocating for better protection of human rights. So doing all this, it really takes a lot of effort, and we really hope that issues that we present are addressed as early as possible and before they may come in a much more negative outcome. But sometimes all these things and all these steps just are not sufficient. And so at the end, we still sometimes need to use the legal avenues. And that means that we want to create judicial precedences or just get a decision or opinion on one of the authorities, for example, like ombudsman. And this can also build a systemic change in practices or in policies that are shaped afterwards. And in this area, it's also very important for an NGO to really know international standards, international cases that are relevant in particular area of human rights, so that the outcome of such proceedings can bring the positive change. And variety of possibilities are on what do you want to achieve or for whom do you want to achieve it for? Either this is an individual or it's general. And for example, how quickly you want to achieve this change. And this is when you decide what kind of legal avenue will you take. Do you need a quick decision? Do you want a systemic change, a long-term, or just individual core decision? So when we are preparing our advocacy plans, these are the questions that we need to answer to ourselves. Sometimes we have time to plan advocacy strategy. Sometimes it really comes quick. But nevertheless, to conclude, there are many possibilities on how NGOs are involved in public matters and protection of human rights and environment, and what role do we play. But much relies on the government and the willingness to hear what is the problem and willingness how to address this. My perception is that good cooperation with state authorities at the end really benefits all of us. Rahmat.
Katta rahmat, Katarina Mirvar xonim. Judayam mazmunli.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam.
Thank you very much for your valuable presentation.
An interesting presentation.
You explained it in very deep detail.
And of course, when we talk about Uzbekistan,
for many years, the word advocacy was frightening in Uzbekistan. But what is advocacy? Advocacy is a cooperation when NGOs present their results of their research, they indicating
civil society, and therefore this is the way we should understand this word. And step by step,
and yes, we see the results of advocacies in our practice, whether it's cooperation of parliament or other government agencies with NGOs, and the information you presented are very interesting, and it's related to the, it will be helpful to the activities of NGOs in Uzbekistan. And I would like to ask, to give floor our next presenter, and this is public control topic, which is very important currently, and of course, and our president also talked about this topic, and public control against human trafficking. And I would like to invite Nodra Said Karimova, head of branch of Winrock International Institute in Uzbekistan. Of course, it's not a new topic, but controlling this sphere is very important.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Ministry of Justice for a very successful forum. And we missed, unfortunately, this event last year because of the quarantine restrictions. And of course, it's very gratifying that we could make it this year, and it is provided on such a great organizational level. And of course, it's a great opportunity for us to share our opinion. And of course, I also like to congratulate our Muslim brothers and sisters on the occasion of the Ramadan. And of course, today, on the 22nd of April is Earth Day, and we need to it's the time we actually to appreciate that we are all part of one society, and therefore, no matter do we represent a government, non-government organization, civil society, we all part of the whole, and of course we all need to strive for common goals, be that environmental protection or fight against human trafficking. Well, I'm the head of the WinRock of the branch of the WinRock Institute to study Central Asian, and of course, starting from this year, we have been registered and we're working with Uzbekistan. So, with your permission, I would like to provide you very brief information about our organization. Well, WinRock mission dedicated to expanding economic opportunities for the most vulnerable strata of the population, and been working since 1985. And WinRock have implemented since then 132 projects in 35 countries, including 10 global initiatives, and also in fighting with the human trafficking. We've been working with 1998, and we have accomplished over 40 projects, and they also include the previous bilateral programs of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, and then we continued with implementing the USAID program, Secure Migration in Central Asia, 5-year program that has an aim to further develop regional cooperation in fighting human trafficking, preventing it, and expanding opportunities and access to for the migrants and the for rehabilitation. And of course, and bearing in mind the topic of this round table, I will have to tell that we have already a legal framework that regulates the public oversight and stand in the way of human trafficking. And the basis for this is indeed the law of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan oversight that was adopted in 2018. And in accordance with it, the subjects of the people's control or oversight are the citizens of the Republic of Uzbekistan, self-governance bodies, as well as the non-governmental, non-commercial organizations and media that were registered in accordance with the legislation. So regarding the civil society in Uzbekistan, we have to mention Mahalla committees, and I believe that we have the representative of the newly founded Ministry for Mahalla. Although it's a public organization, but still it's a unique, bear in mind the uniqueness of Mahalla, the neighborhood. So it creates new opportunities for the activists of the neighborhood, to elders to make their input in fighting human trafficking. And then we also have the non-governmental organizations, social enterprises, civil initiatives, diaspora students, and of course, all they play very important role in fighting human trafficking, especially if it's about diasporas. They do their job in those countries where these human trafficking may occur. and political parties. And of course, we should also mention the short decree on ways to strengthen the role of civil society and the liberalization that was adopted in 2018 that has an aim to fostering dialogue between civil society and the state. And another law on social partnership adopted in 2014 provides for a mechanism of inclusion of non-government organization in the process of decision-making and law-making. And the object of people's oversight is the activity that also includes the various taking account the people's interests, the people's opinion on the new laws, for example, and indeed providing the oversight, the social and other issues. And regarding the human trafficking, it is a very complex crime, and to fight it effectively, we need to ensure that all competent bodies are involved. And of course, the key role is with the government, but nevertheless, the participation of non-governmental organizations is key to ensure efficiency of the process. And NGOs all over the world play a very important role in fighting human trafficking. And in this way, it is indeed very important to ensure that non-government organizations will be regarded not only the group of specialized organizations who provide some technical support and expertise on the request of the state. And of course, they can involve in various activities, human rights protection and the rights of the victims of human rights, information campaigns, education, and people's oversight of the government bodies, and of course the participation of the NGOs in the fight against human trafficking is very important, bearing in mind that this crime is always changing its tactics, and of course they could be very effective in various issues. And of course, all over the world, there's one approach to fight human trafficking, and it consists of the four main areas. So 4P, that's how they know it in English, and of course protection, preemptive prosecution, and partnership. So all bodies involved, government and business, non-governmental agencies, international agencies indeed. So involvement of the civil society may be manifested in various spheres. And so developing the policies, laws, and preemptive action that would raise awareness and detecting the victims of human trafficking in close cooperation with law enforcement. And so all these plethora of supportive services, including the judicial proceeding, on national level, the cooperation of the state with the NGO can, of course, have various forms and formalized. So one of the forms is involving NGOs in lawmaking and policy making and participation the redistribution of help for the victims of human rights. And of course, there's information campaigns which are carried out in various ways in different countries. In Latvia, Serbia, for example, many NGOs are recognized as a fully fledged participants of this distribution process. In Moldova, they have the consultative status, where they have rather they oversee the process. And in Pakistan, NGO can participate at all stages of identification and redistribution of assistance to victims, but it is state who decides on the status of the victims of human trafficking. Thanks to their expertise and practical work with the victims, NGO ensures that the laws of against human trafficking is efficient indeed, and NGO is also involved in fighting drug trafficking in the form of the consultations, human rights, interdisciplinary working groups. Besides, the National Plan of Action also provide for activities where NGOs can attract donors, and they also can unite in associations, including in this very area fighting human rights. So we have quite a lot of associations globally and regionally, coalitions of NGOs to fight human trafficking. In Uzbekistan, NGOs who work in this area, they are active in preventing human trafficking, rehabilitation and reintegration. And of course, they work in close collaboration with law enforcement agencies in redistribution of assistance to victims, and also information campaigns and prevention of human trafficking. Quite unprecedentedly, in 2019, two NGOs for the first time were included into the National Commission to fight human trafficking and forced labor. Many NGOs is members of the territorial associations to fight human trafficking. And besides, NGOs are involved in further fine-tuning legislation dedicated to human rights, human trafficking, and designing national mechanisms of redistribution of victims. In rural areas, Mahalla committees are very active in identifying victims and redistributing victims. And diasporas, as I said earlier, are indeed very active in identifying victims, so they provide with information and data to the embassies so that repatriation of these people to their homes could be ensured. And of course, our Ministry of Labor is in close collaboration with diaspora organizations and some bloggers to raise awareness of our people abroad about the legal framework for the migrants. And NGOs who participate in the fight against trafficking, they accumulated certain knowledge and nevertheless, there is a need to further build on the potential of these organizations territorially, of course, and then further enhance the legislation and subsequent reporting in order to increase efficiency of people's affairs. Thank you very much. I did my best to in time.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and informative presentation, and we wish all the best in the work of Winrock. Dear participants and dear speakers, please do try to stick to our schedule, and try not to get beyond the 15 minutes. And now we are 15 minutes late of our schedule. So the next speaker is Aliyev Ilmuratova. She is the head of International Social and Informative Center Barkarar Hayat.
Нас перерегистрировать в мае 2000 года. 2020 года, да, 2020 года, да. А к тому, что как бы озвучивали сегодня некоторые проблемы, связанные с ННО, я хочу сказать, что в Узбекистане сейчас ломается
they were talking about the NGO, and the stereotypes are being changed, and that stereotype was the NGOs.
В рамках гуманитарных акций. МЕХР, вы знаете, это возвращение наших граждан из зон военных действий. Кроме того, наша организация заключила...
And besides, of course, we have adopted the...
We have agreed, we have made an MOU with all the ministries, and we thank the Ministry for Makhala for supporting families in Makhala, which was one of the first ministries. The migration problem is very challenging in Surkhandarya province of the country, the region of 3 borderlines. The economy is not quite stable. It's we have agrarian type of economic development. Not a single investor would be willing to invest in any major ambitious projects, and therefore the migration processes are here to stay. We have several target groups: the migrants who returned from Russia and banned from migration to Russia. We have migrants who travel spontaneously to 3 top countries: Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkey, and women migrants who have dependents. Speaking of the group 1, those migrants which are banned, under the ban, it's a very challenging group. They return and now have a ban which restrict their willingness or opportunities to go again to Russia. Some of the bans are limitless. Some are for time limit. It's very difficult for these people to find a job, and we don't have sufficient targeted support programs targeting this group. Migrants who travel spontaneously, they have a lot more vulnerability. They have poor knowledge of law, languages, and do not have legal protection. It's Of course, there is an ideal model which we should all strive for, but it does not give ideal protection from the voluntarism of skinheads or other nationalistic right-wing movements that do exist in Russia, which makes these people vulnerable. Of course, of greatest concern to us are women, because due to the stereotypical approaches, women are more vulnerable in matters regarding pay. They accept lower pay just to have any job, and these gender inequality issues are never get high on the priority when we speak about labor migration. And it makes them more vulnerable because their rights are infringed. They become subject to sexual and other forms of exploitation. And the labor migration and related issues are addressed at a very high level in the country. You know that recently a lot of effort is being invested to stabilize the situation, although one has to understand the migration has upsides and downsides. And of course, the money wires, money transfers is one country is a major contributor to the country's GDP. It helps develop new skills. But on the negative side, it's TB, HIV, radicalization. 80% of people who were engaged in military conflicts in Syria, Iraq, Iran. They were originally labor migrants that were recruited during their time of labor migration. Then family values are undermined, and there are a lot of our women divorced men who happen to start a new family abroad, and children remained without foreign support. Now our organization operates only in Surkhandarya province, exploring several vectors. And one important vector is information activities aimed to enhance the level of information of labor migrants in the countries of destination. We have some innovative experience which nobody else has in Uzbekistan, which is the information campaign in the airport of Termez. Before the pandemic, there were 3 flights, 3 to Moscow, one and 1 to St. Petersburg. And while people were waiting in the lounge, we tried to communicate information which they should know. We gave them information about the website, the destructive websites that they should not visit. Many migrants are get in trouble in Russia, not because they propagate some terrorist ideas, but just because they happen to visit that site. And if the migrant visited that site 2 times, that gives the Russian authorities sufficient reason to get hold of him, and with a negative consequence. With the help of Winrock, the project is coordinated by Ministry of Labor and migration, but with support of Winrock, we reached high level. You will see the info kiosks that will be placed in Tashkent International Airport of Termez, Tashkent airports. That will be a unique model, unlike anything that exists in the CIS. That will be innovative method to inform the migrants, where they will have the database for 8 countries where they usually go, and any migrants with his smartphone, he selects chooses the country of destination and downloads all into his phone all information that he will need there. We work a lot with the Mahala committees in Mahalas. Just in Termez, we created 39 resource centers where we have our psychosocial teams operating. We launched another project with the Ministry of Labor. You know that there is a tripartite project with Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Labor, and Ministry of Public and Professional Education. They will provide professional skills to potential migrants. Our component that we cover is integration training for migrants for the environment, including climate, culture, tradition, subsistence, education, epidemiological situation, livelihood, everything that will help these people to integrate in the destination countries, because this is a major problem that our migrants have a rather low level of these integration information. that would be helpful to them. And we do a lot of work on helping them reintegrate and rehabilitate. We were 12 migrants that suffered from COVID. We engaged in small projects, and again with ILO, we had another project where we provided food packages and to women with children, and also COVID protocol was disseminated as part of the decree of the Russian president. Actually, this decree is a labor amnesty, and it's very important to disseminate this information among the relatives of migrants who are now in Russian Federation. The key pieces of legislation that we use, that yes, there is a cabinet resolution 713, there is presidential decree 5785, there is 4829 presidential resolution. These are the key pieces of legislation that enable us to operate. Recommendations now. Enhance preventive problems to enhance legal awareness, inform people about changes in legislation, intensify work with the diasporas, and also promote the organizational recruitment as preventive and protection measures, and also counter radicalism. The social issues of the population have to be addressed exclusively in social partnership with civil society organizations. The maximum engagement of the capacity and available NGO resources may be a good pledge in the issues of civilization and regulation of the migration issues. One has to aim to make sure that our migrants will not be perceived as cheap black market labor. We have to make sure that the employees in those countries see our compatriots as law-abiding citizens and competent professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. And actually, your recommendations looked like some looked like a call actually for something very good. And our next speaker will be on the openness index of NGOs, and our speaker Dilavar Kabulova.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I'm happy to share our experience and to provide information about the assistance that the state provides for the organizations. And I'll talk about the openness index as the sign of openness, the legislative basis of the openness index, and the proposals on introducing this index. The Center for Support of the Civil Initiatives is a Republican, non-governmental, non-commercial organization. It has its branches in 7 regions of Uzbekistan. It has been registered in the Ministry of Justice in 28th of August 2004, and it was re-registered in 1914. and we have partnership relations with both government and non-government organizations. And we are one of the few NGOs in Central Asia has a special status, the consultative status at the ECOSOS. The Uzbek president, Mirziyoyev, underlined that we should remember that in reform that has an aim to build open civil society, a very important role lies with NGOs. And the Secretary General of the UN also said that the COVID-19 pandemic is indeed an extraordinary situation. It's economic crisis, social crisis, and human crisis indeed. And as a response to this, a call from Mr. Gutierrez, we have provided everything to care for the risk groups during the pandemics. In the course of the last 5 years, the intensity and support of the NGOs by the government has seen an increase, and it is reflected in the following documents: the President's decree on strategy of actions on further development in 2017, and law of Uzbekistan on people's oversight and control, and the law of Uzbekistan on measures of introducing the insignia for the input and contribution in developing civil society, and also another law that is still in the pipeline on creation of the public chamber, and the President's decree on conception of development of the country. Digitalization of the interaction of the NGO with the state agencies, it's in the portal e-NGO.use is another example of this cooperation. And the ways to provide for the openness of the state bodies. First is a law on the openness and of the state organizations of 2014, and the Cabinet of Ministers decree on implementing complex measures to ensure openness, and also the President's decree on additional measures to provide for openness and transparency, and Presidential decree on ways to elevating the state of Uzbekistan in international ratings of 2019. There's a public council on coordination of monitoring that is open for the NGOs, and this body developed the methodology for monitoring and evaluation of the openness, as well as the ways to provide for the openness of the state organization. And there's also other documents to this end. And the NGOs should provide for the openness of and it's a part of the Article 8 of the law, and the non-governmental organization, of course, need to provide information about the property, and then agree there with the registering body on various activities that they're planning to have, and inform the registering body about the visits from representatives of the non-governmental and commercial organization, and also agree with the body on other issues, on some of the other issues. And of course, thank you for Aziz Kaderbayev, who told us about the fund. And in 1997, Adenauer Foundation organized the visit of Uzbek businesswomen to Germany. It was very, very useful, both for Uzbek women and for their German opposite numbers. And therefore, I believe that over 20 years has passed since then, and maybe the Now Foundation will agree to our proposal to renew this visit, and this time the visit of the NGO representatives. I believe that a lot has changed in both countries in the course of these 20 years, and this visit is quite due. And so the NGO openness rating, which is made every year and based on the activity of NGO and the level of the social partnership and the efficiency of absorption of the subsidies, grants, and social audits. Openness index is formed in accordance with the rules of the People's Chamber, and results are published in the website of these organizations. The openness index, and then its design and introduction is listed with the Ministry of Justice, and the ways to provide openness of our outfit. So this is our website, using the social media, press releases, and then sharing information with the media and informing the Ministry of Justice and other concerned bodies. Among other measures are in accordance with our charter to have regular meetings of the Revision Commission and active participation in associations, partnership unions. And the openness could be guaranteed by involving voluntary workers, partners, and to expand the activities. And also the law of the President on the concept of development of the society for 2021-2025. And that, of course, this law allows to expand the NGOs' remit, participate in measures of the state support and social partnership expansion, and also by using the innovative measures, including the research institutes. And our recommendations on the openness index is to recommend to step up the information campaign of the activities of the NGOs, and to use the existing mechanisms to inform NGOs about their activities, and as soon as the criteria for the index are designed, to share them with the other NGOs. I'll be happy to answer the questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Dilovar Kabulova. It's a very important topic, developing openness index of NGOs. NGOs, civil institutions, they protect, they advocate social some kind of topics, and so they should be open, they should be understandable, transparent. It's not only by financial some kind of aspects, but in overall they should be open, and we should start from ourselves. Thank you very much for talking about the experience of your organization, and of course we should work and develop this topic. Next topic is legal protection of women, and our presenter, Arzona Hashimova, she's the Gender Equality Director of ACTED agency.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this round table. ACTED is a French NGO, humanitarian organization in Uzbekistan. It has been operating since 1999, but starting from 2017, we have become very active, and we, as ACTED, started assisting civil society organizations, NGOs, and we were able to be able to implement one of the first pilot projects to prevent violence against women. A project was supported by the European Union. I hope my slides will be shown. If not, I can tell you without them. Starting from the strategy, from the president and the government, a lot has been done to create the whole legal framework so that we can operate in preventing the violence, in helping vulnerable people, in protecting women, because women who are at risk of domestic violence, there's a very special, very specific group. Now the sound is better. Starting from 2017, ACTED did its own mapping and looked at the activity of 1,500 NGOs, most active working in Uzbekistan. As a result of this mapping, we issued a book that described the operation of about 100 NGOs operating in different sectors, including gender equality, women's rights, and promoting women's rights. As part of the project, related violence prevention and implemented in preventing violence and providing legal aid to the victims. It was supported by the European Union. It was the first couple of projects which, together with the Women's Committee, was implemented, and at the time when we even did not talk about violence, and we did the survey, and based on the survey results, we started our work. Over these 4 years, we were joined by sponsors such as the New Zealand Embassy in Moscow, and Energy Foundation, which is quartered in France. The European Union continues helping us in the implementation of this kind of project, and recently we signed a contract with Orient Group and the macro network, which also helps to provide the enabling environment and create jobs for women who fell victims of violence. And at that time, our national partners were the Women's Committee, Ministry of Justice was also supportive because it was very first project, and We issued very first information materials. There was a number of drama performances for children, some scripts developed for them, the first videos. So with the help of organizations such as Women's Committee, the Gender Equality Committee in the Senate, the Ministry of Justice and other partners such as the Ministry of Public Education, they helped us in a way that we and our partners NGOs in every province be able to implement this major pilot rehabilitation program and a program to support women, the victims of violence. Here is the list of the projects, description and outcomes and results. There are lots of them. Now we are implementing already the 5th consecutive project in violence prevention. If the first project aimed at providing 2,000 consultation sessions and help maybe 50 women. And the results of the first project, we provided more than 4.5 thousand counselings because this topic proved to be so in such a great demand. And it was kind of an explosion. There was an explosive growth. The government supported, created all possible mechanisms, and the interagency interaction galvanized and intensified, and our partner in Bukhara and a shelter in Samarkand, another in Tashkent, Meharjon Center in Fergana work for us, and we work with all the partners and agencies and institutions to intensify this interagency response and prompt response to the instance of violence. And the first results were quite amazing. We organized a special tour in the first year. We even did not discuss it in the media because mass media sometimes misinterpreted interpretation about the victims, and there are certain rules here to follow. And as part of the first project, we organized a special press tour. We took 10 journalists to Bukhara, Samarkand, Tashkent, and we organized the first sales of products created by women who received the small grants from ACTED and created some products. And this woman, she ended up in the street. She goes through a very great ordeal. Eventually, she ended up on the street, and in the communities looked at her as an insane, crazy person. But when the project arrived and offered help to her, so apart from health, medical aid, legal aid, we also trained them through a reintegration program that helped them to be economically self-supporting. And when usually we do not see the faces of the victim, but that lady said that she was willing to speak, she was willing to come up because people in Mahala thought that I'm some kind of a crazy person. Attending those trainings, and now many women come to me asking for the referral, asking me for guidance, asking me to show how I can help change their life for the better. Now we are into the second phase, and the Center for Civil Initiatives support it now that works with the ministry and does trainings for the police and the training for private businessmen, entrepreneurs, because when they are employed by private companies, they become vulnerable in terms of harassment and coercion. The legislation now adopted demonstrated that, for example, issues related to the barring order are not yet thoroughly worked through, because the current barring order actually cannot protect this woman fully. And apart from that, we do this action, so the world without violence and community without violence. And there is a regular ongoing work for some providing counseling, reinstitution of documents, support accompanying women in court, and the small grants help this woman to sustain themselves economically, be independent.
Происходит насилие, да, по отношению к ней. Таким образом, работа ведется, работа большая. Благодаря правительству.
So the work is ongoing, and with the help of the government and the documents that have been enacted in the country, but new problems also surveys that need to be addressed. And I would like to thank you for listening. I tried to be brief, and this interagency response and the engagement of all stakeholders in the implementation of programs aimed at preventing violence against women do help us in our day, help her at work, in the family, in the society. It should go hand in hand with NGOs, with international community of experts, with government organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hashimova. And we know Ms. Hashimova as a leader of movement to counter all displays of violence towards women in Uzbekistan. And of course, we can see now out of our presentations the importance of partnership. And here we mean the partnership of coordination facilities, coordination institutions, or Konrad Adenauer Fund, or the media, or public authorities. And if we cooperate, if we, on all these issues, we might bring our works to fruition. And indeed, within this short period, a lot has been done, but still there are more issues to work on. And for that, of course, we have already developed our own national experiences. And again, but still these issues can be resolved through cooperation. And then I think we are going to switch to discussions, and please, if you have any comments or questions, please go ahead. And I can see that we have already
Ждаем ката маалымат беришти. Хотелось бы сказать, что на сегодняшний день в Узбекистане все наносят созидательные коллективы.
All the NGOs are very creative these days, and they're very professional indeed. But what I would like to talk about the
yaratuvchilikka
history of
qaratilgan
the Oriental
tashkilotlar ko'pchilik
tradition, which has very
bizim
deep roots. And
mamlakatimizni
I'm
bir
talking about
ancha
Hashar.
boy
So
tarixga
from
ega
time
hashar
immemorial, Hashar was used to address various issues, various problems. And of course, our society used our traditions strongly. And what makes our NGOs different is that they're not working from one grant to another, but in between they consolidate their forces and unite. So now, what is Hashar? Hashar is the voluntary self-help. It's charity. It's joint work, if you will. So, and it has been transformed indeed. And as we see NGOs, we see the psychologists who provide services free of charge. The same goes for doctors, lawyers, and who do this work on voluntary basis. And of course, if you look at the world history, Uzbekistan maybe is unique in this way, and because the Fergana channel, very famous, 160,000 people built this channel on the principles of Hashar. So there will be students, housewives, and others. So, and to add, of course, our organization is also very active in many different areas. Among them is the developing women diplomacy in the ICT area, and NGOs in Uzbekistan also work within the PPP, public-private partnership. So they will participate in the government programs. So, and in collaboration with Uzbek Telecom, we also develop the network. So, what makes our NGOs different from NGOs in other countries is that they actually use the cluster principle, and the speaker talk about the very important issues, the work they do. So all those NGOs are very creative bodies. Thank you.
Marhamat, Saruko. Sayora Hajjayeva, Democracy va Inson Huquqlari Institute direktori.
Sayora Hajjayeva, Democracy and Human Rights Institute.
And Deputy Director of the Public Council under the Ministry of Justice. Of course, I would like to first of all thank all the organizers, Ministry of Justice, for actually singling out this question, society, into a separate section. I think this very fact speaks for the fact that the attitude towards NGO is changing for the better, and in the course of the last 4 years, we've been seeing the increase in the activity of NGOs, and the very fact that the head of the state said that these NGOs initiators of reforms, and it sort of boosted our confidence, enthusiasm. So we listened to very learned speakers, and I've been working in this area for 5 years, and I can say that We are completing joint project with the Ministry of Justice. We are raising awareness, legal awareness of the population, and our project with the USAID about the roles of the NGOs in people's oversight. So we have this online course where we taught NGOs, inform them about this law, and it's not not enough time to tell all about this, but all I can say that we, for the first time, we set up the Women's Contact Group on the transboundary problems, and in the Soch region, where NGOs from Uzbekistan with the opposite numbers in Kyrgyzstan, and so we visited this area, and I believe that we are pulling our weight and we made our contribution into the negotiation process, which culminated with the meeting of two presidents. I will continue to do so. And this year we've been implementing the project with the European Union, re-socialization, repatriation of the people who were released from the detention places. So this is a 2-year program, and we believe that it will give us an opportunity to provide for all the people who are released from the detention places with the subsequent psychological help. And the previous speakers also mentioned the decree of 2014, which was about the NGOs and and the help it received from the government. And of course, in 2008, when the Parliamentary Foundation was created, only 3 billion funds were dedicated for this one. And today we talk about 117 billion sums, which also shows that the government, of course, increased its support of the NGOs. And another decree of 8th of May that will be published in 8th of May, that will be about the facilities, I know Ministry of Justice is working hard on it, and that would really make our life easier. So I would like to wish everybody here further success, and thank you very much for inviting me here. And I would like to assure you that we NGOs in Uzbekistan are here to stay, and we may not be very, not always comfortable, but nevertheless we are necessary force, or the bridge between the government and the people, and then the political will of the government. And those two laws who have been with the Oli Majlis for 15 years, and thanks to the president's support, now it's a reality. And I believe we also made our part to draw President's attention to these issues. And I'd like to thank the state, government, civil society who are working for the benefit of our state. Thank you.
Marhamat, Shirin Abidova, Volunteer Association.
Please, Shirin Abidova, Head of Volunteer Association.
Hello, everybody. I will speak Russian so that we have translation. Thank you very much for organizers for inviting this very young NGO, which is ours. So on the other side of the table, we can see the veterans. And if you talk about us, we are quite young, the fledgling organization. And despite the fact that this activity has been started in 2003, and talking about the measures that Uzbekistan adopted to further develop civil society, I would like to say a few words about the voluntary work. And quite a lot of these associations are not registered as NGOs, and they are, despite that, doing a great job. And during the pandemics, over 10,000 volunteers, they made a contribution in supporting various strata of the population. I talk about the voluntary doctors and then voluntary students. And second, what the moderator said, to mention the importance of the cooperation between the state NGOs. We know that the state is doing a lot to support civil society institutions, but of course, we should, NGOs, we should also pull our weight. And what I noticed in this short period of time that we've been registered as a legal entity, the difficulty of the difficulties, and we need the help of the more seasoned NGOs. You'll help us to avoid some of the mistakes that you might be familiar with. And of course, our Association of Voluntaries, I would like to thank all participants and organizers. Thank you very much for this great forum. Now, in every region of Uzbekistan, we have schools on training people to do voluntary work, and then we will have the centers of volunteers in each group, in each region of Uzbekistan, and we are counting for your help. And when in January, February, we do the analysis, and then in February, January, we had online, offline survey, and we have the question, what's standing in the way of the volunteers and society to be more useful for society? And well, the answer is not money, but the territorial remoteness. So we resolve this issue.
The centers for volunteer activity are being set up, but this is just the beginning. So I thank every mentor for guidance. But we have our own experience, but with your knowledge, we together in the civil society, which just is waiting for the opportunity to manifest and to show its capacity in its power. You actually hit at my sore point. Recently, we had a very interesting activity during the visit of the OEC representative and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. One of my colleagues said that she's a dinosaur in the world of NGOs, but I felt ashamed, and I keep saying that our civil society is not yet complete healthy, because the good indicator of the healthy, good civil society is the presence of young leaders. And where do we see young leaders? They are not. No, they are there. They are there. But you would be surprised. But very soon we will have one event. Now I am the advocate of the young people. Our young people is the dividend that the successful programs will yield. And if I can be of help to you, you will certainly be always of help to me.
Thank you very much for your opinions. I know there are a lot of speakers, but We already over 15 minutes. We are beyond of our time limit, and let's finish our round table. I hope it was very helpful, and I'd like to thank all those speakers who enriched our discussion. So we are here for 3.5 hours. Thank you very much for technical personnel, for translators. Thank you very much again. And we are grateful to mass media and to the organizer, to Minister of Justice and Konrad Adenauer Fund. And I hope it is helpful, it's useful, and cooperation, discussion of NGOs and government NGOs, and we should specialize and continue this kind of meetings. Thank you very much to everybody.
Я с вами, я рядом.
Hamma qatnashyaptimi? Boshlayveramizmi sizning tadbirimizni?
So if everybody is present, can we start our event?
Madam, ondan ulandimi? Saydulla? Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Yana bir bor
Good afternoon, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome to the Ministry of Justice, and it's nice to see you in this forum. First of all, we would like to thank Regional Center and our colleagues who participate in this event. Thank you very much. As you know, this international forum first time was conducted in 2019. And at that time, participants from United States, Russia, Georgia, and other countries, forensic service center leaders participated at that time, and we conducted roundtable how to develop forensic science and exchanged our experience, and we developed common knowledge. And during these last 2 years, forensic sphere developed a lot, and Suleymanova Forensic Center under Ministry of Justice conducted a lot of projects as well. And let me continue. And according to the decree of President of Uzbekistan from 2019, 4 acts were accepted related to the forensic expertise. And Republican Forensic Center moved to a new, bigger building, and it was equipped with modern equipment and furniture, and taking into consideration modern requirements, the center has international relationships department, and another new department is quality control according to ISO standards. And the center received accreditation according to ISO quality control standard from United Nations Drug Enforcement Agency, regional branch, and this accreditation will help to increase quality of analysis of works, and taking into consideration requirements of modern forensic science. New forensic techniques like language analysis, food expertise, and others were added to our everyday practice. Forensic theory. Forensic theory is important for court proceedings as well. Academy of Science, Ministry of Justice, and other organizations signed a memorandum to develop forensic sphere. And forensic center right now includes scientific department as well. During this time, 27 scientific works were conducted related to forensic sphere, and in parallel we learn modern practice, international practice in this sphere, and Supreme Court, Ministry of Health also cooperate with us. And to improve our work, we implemented electronic document exchange systems. And of course, in detail, we will provide more information during this roundtable. Also, we prepared a list of methods of forensic analysis that can be used by other state agencies as well. And our center not only helps to increase the capacity of state agencies, but also assist to private agencies as well. And also we try to widely use online tools as well. And according to the decree of Cabinet of Ministers from 2020, we and 15 people with 10 years of experience received certificates, and they proved their professional standing. And we conducted seminars and webinars to collect and store evidences. And also we published press releases and help to spread information in cooperation with the Ministry of Communications. And this forum will help us to enlarge our international cooperation. And we signed a memorandum with Belarusian Forensic Center, and later with Ukrainian Forensic Center, with Scientific Center in Ukraine, and we signed a memorandum about cooperation with those centers. Of course, we have very detailed plans, but unfortunately, pandemic affected all of us. But still, we are preparing memorandums with Kazakhstan, with Afghanistan, and other countries as well. And we will continue our work. And of course, we can talk a lot about work which is implemented, but anyways, we will continue our work. And we have some plans. Let me introduce our plans to you. First of all, we are accepting a concept on developing forensic sphere in Uzbekistan. And another topic is scientific development of forensic area and forensic research, scientific research in this area. And of course, right now we are preparing documentation in this sphere. Another way is improving a legislative base in forensic area, and another topic is automate and digitize or data gathering, data analysis topics, and to implement e-expertise online system, and of course implementing those online services will help to facilitate works in this area. Also, and another area is checking the laboratories of state agencies, how they comply with international standards. Another way, another area that we are planning to develop is preparing new specialists in Republican universities to improve the expertise of our specialists. We plan to cooperate with foreign centers to conduct workshops and etc. And another area is to, and of course, buildings and facilities are important as well. And in our regional centers, we are building new facilities that will comply with ISO quality standards. To make our specialists more independent, we try to work in this area as well. And today, so we have a lot of plans, and we plan to implement around 6 more expertise areas as well. And we prepared draft of law, and it's right now under discussion on at the online legislation platform. Dear friends, our center this year it will be 70 years, and we will celebrate its jubilee in June, and I would like to invite all of them. And I hope during this event we will hear advices from experts. As to the event, we want to get knowledge on modern expertise in this area, to exchange experience, advices, and knowledge. How can we develop forensic sphere, and to learn modern advanced techniques. And to implement advanced international expertise in our practice. At the end of my speech, inside our forum, during our forum, we will I would like to wish luck to this seminar, and thank you very much for your attention. And as to the Agency on Drug Enforcement,
and I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. Dear forum participants, and allow me to start in Russian. Good afternoon, dear.
тренинг-семинаре, посвященному вопросам управления данными, информацией, деятельности судебно-экспертных учреждений. Пользуясь случаем, выражаю огромную благодарность Министерству юстиции Республики Узбекистан.
I take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Justice as the main organizer of this forum, Tashkent Law Spring, and the Republican Center for Forensic Science for very close collaboration of this seminar. And as Mr. Khalilov rightly mentioned, 2 years ago, our organization also took very active participation in the first forum in collaboration with the Republican Center for Forensic Science, and we organized a number of roundtables and seminars, discussions, masterclasses with participation of international experts and scientists from United States of America, Russian Federation, UK, Germany, Netherlands, Belarus, Georgia, Lithuania. This year, for the participants of this forum and for the participants of the forensic organizations, this masterclass is organized, and it will be dedicated to the issue of the data information management. And this seminar is carried out within the framework of collaboration with the UNODC, and to strengthen the capacity of Uzbek organizations, and it's sponsored by the US Agency for Control, Drug Control, and of course, with your permission, I would like to give the floor to Madam Dava Yakubanskine, who is our international consultant, and with whom we've been working for several years very successfully in implementing our program. Dava today will present a masterclass training on data and information management at forensic agencies. Dava, floor is yours. Very happy to see you. Hello.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Well, today, it's a very important topic for us. And of course, it's the issue of data and information management. As you all know, that information is more valuable than gold, and he or she who can use it is indeed happy people. For experts, information is of great importance and significance. Well, it stands to reason that any when, well, it will help to do the investigation, so that information will help us to find the results and close the case. And of course, will it be possible for me to show my presentation? Well, apparently I cannot share my slides. Can you give me a permission so that I can share my slides? I apologize for this technical issue. Well, I'm failing to share my screen. Maybe now. There you go. I believe you can see it. You can see it. Yes, we can see it. All right. So our topic is indeed data and information management in the activity of forensic institutions. And of course, we should talk about standards because what is important to understand the main requirements for the system of data information management, to review the requirements of the standard and apply it to our activity and to familiarize ourselves with those requirements. In managing data, we look at various management procedures, and very shortly we'll talk about validation, the software or database, and also we stop by opportunities. So these are the acronyms, abbreviations we're going to use in my presentation. And as you understand, all our activity in accordance with standards boils down to a process. So indeed, we need to look at this as a process, and also this process and our requirements, as you can see them here, and also is connected to both process and the resources. We need to have information resources, and we create some technical specifications within the system. So what about standards? What are the requirements? So when we talk about the data information management, so what are the requirements? So lab has access to all data and information. So we're talking about access to all data information, and now I can give you an example. So what is access to information? I listened to the presentation of your director and I received zero information because I couldn't hear the translation. And so what is the standard about the access to all information? So if you have certain literature, some instructions, directives, it means that these are resources of information that need to provide you information, so you need to have access. So if you don't have so in the instructions, if it's written in English and you don't speak English, it means that you do not know how to use the gadget. So this standard actually states that the lab has access to all databases and information, which means that who is responsible for all this? It's head of the laboratory, so he's responsible for information application policy and also the confirmation of requirements for the safety, integrity, and accessibility of information that is needed for studies and examination. So in order to perform our activity, and we need to have instruments, tools. So, and we talk about the data and information more specifically. So the next paragraph of the standard states that the efficient system of data management that is used for the collection, recording, storage, and then the search of the data and using the interfaces should be checked by the lab before it is launched into activity. So what lab information system consists of? It consists of the, well, collection, processing, recording, storage, access, search of data, so on and so forth. So in order to apply all these systems and make them work, depending on their function, and I believe we talk about more about the electronic systems. So what we need to do, well, to validate. So validate is not new for all of you, I'm sure. And the purpose of validation and its essence is to establish the correctness. How do we go about it? So in this information validation system, each change of the software should be approved, documented, and checked before exploitation. So if we received equipment with one version of management software, and And there may be some upgrades, modifications. So before launching it, we need to see how this upgrade is going to affect our previous modalities and functions. Now, it's very important to validate of the methodology as well as of the software that we use. Now, with any change or upgrade, we have to be sure that the system up and working as it used to do before the upgrade. Now, next paragraph, there are two annexes here, and it's about the data and information management that includes data and information that is contained in the computerized, both in computerized and non-computerized system, which means this part of the standard cannot be narrowly understood as a requirement only for computerized data. It is equally applied to non-computerized data. It means all paper versions of data that is stored in the lab. So now the reference 2 says that the available commercial softwares, or when it's used for this particular area, could be accepted as validated. And indeed, if we apply software for the specific subject that is dedicated to, if we purchase or procured as a software that is used for forensic research and in accordance with the volumes of usage, they also could be considered validated enough. And if the producer is doing any changes, modifications, or upgrades, of course, we have to do the validation to make sure that the system is efficient and have good results.
So we say that this surely is relevant for us in a sense that software which is used in laboratories, in forensic laboratories. So when developing the system, we have to indicate these requirements. And we shall be able to explain how we meet those requirements. So we're going to say that this software that we get from the vendor, we are not going to validate the software, but we have to keep in mind that some laboratories, in order to calculate, some computations according to formulas, to compute certain data, they create some calculation tables using Excel. So this software such as Excel, yes, it is applicable and it can be used to obtain data to and to enter some formulas, but still we have to check whether this table works properly, this calculation table, because we designed this table ourselves. So we have to check whether all the cells are consistent, and that the data do not vary, and to make sure that the formula is reliable. So these requirements of the standards are quite legitimate, quite logical, and totally acceptable to us, and we shall be able to explain how we meet, how we comply to these standard requirements. Another point, another clause of the standard says that the system available to us is secure and protected from unauthorized access. This means that we need to discuss and prove, and we shall be able to demonstrate that our systems are well protected. How can we do that? What actions we need to take to protect it from unauthorized access? This is all very simple. Here we say that I'm not sure if you can see that. We shall demonstrate that we exercise control over access to the rooms. So even it's a simple archive, we should demonstrate that not just everyone can enter, but only authorized personnel, or that a laboratory or a server room only people authorized to enter may are allowed to go in. This is how we can demonstrate that our systems are protected. Another requirement is for the system to be protected from data loss or data tampering or data distortion. Should be protected from the loss or tampering with the data. The key way is to protect electronic documents and records is through the periodic copying of regular copying of creating regular backup of documents and records, which is archiving with the help of external system. So the storing documents in electronic form is a convenient way, but again, it involves additional investment and resources. It requires additional resources because we have to archive, administer, and manage this data for us. We need additional resources and investment. But for paper-based copies, if we store documents in paper form, then for the archive, maybe some investment on a smaller scale will be required, and we will have to control the environment. We should install fire extinguishing system and fire alarms. And we have to make sure that these resources are available and duly invested in so that we do not lose our records. And also in our electronic systems, we must not forget that we should have a reliable antivirus software, lest to lose all our data. Imagine that you have a database or you have collected some information. It may be just one forensic review. Imagine that all this is lost. It will cause a huge damage. Great damage can be done, nevertheless. So we have to invest in these ways, in these methods and actions to ensure the security of our data. What does it say next? All our information systems should operate in the environment that meets the specification of the vendor or of the laboratory itself. Or if it is not computerized systems, we should create the environment that ensure consistency of handmade records and their interpretation, their decoding. This is probably not new to you. If we keep our data in a cloud, in some kind of a cloud-based storage, or in a computer-based system, or on the network, or on the server, we should make sure that this data are stored safely and never be lost. But if we make a paper-based records, we should do it in such a way using a pen or ink and never a pencil or a thermal paper. Because records made on a thermal paper cannot be stored for a long time. If we have a piece of evidence written on a thermal paper, we have to scan it, make a copy of it, so that we can keep and store these data for a longer period of time. So we have to think it all over and demonstrate how we maintain and how we comply, how we meet all these requirements and conditions, and how we ensure the consistency of our data and records. So on this clause, we provide a reference to the section 6.3 of the standard, the environment, or we say that alternatively, we can say that we ensure the compliance with the vendor specifications by observing, by controlling the environment required by the vendor. Any conditions can be included. It may be some ensuring uninterrupted power supply or maintaining certain room temperature or ambient temperature, or the ventilation or specific type of air conditioning in the room. So we have to be aware, and we have to have the knowledge about this environment, and we should control to make sure that this environmental conditions are met. This applies to both electronic records and handmade or paper-based records. What does it mean? Maintain in a condition that ensures the integrity of data and information. One way is to control at the user level. If we speak about electronic system, it is a restricted access and restricted capabilities. For example, in a database, who has the authority to upload and download data, and who has the authority only to use the data, and then without the capacity, without the authority to alter this data. So this clause talks about what it means ensuring integrity of data in information. This means not to violate or disrupt the data that have already been uploaded. So if we know about the integrity of data, and but now if we do need to change or to alter our data, we should introduce these changes to make sure that the previous record is also clear. So we delete it, we cross it out, and put the new data next to it, so that the user can see the old and new data and be able to track down all this, trace all this change or variations. And also we date our change. So without regular archiving, we do not know of any other means or in what other way we may maintain the integrity of data and information. The most important objective is the ability to trace and track down all this data. And not only are we to maintain and keep the data, but following the archiving, we should have a way of restoring the data. Another subclause in this section says that information system includes the registration of system glitches and appropriate operational and corrective actions. This is very important for the laboratory to have procedures and concepts and notions of what a glitch or disruption may entail and what kind of damage can be done if we fail to guarantee taking immediate prompt action to preserve information. For that, we should have the capacity and procedure allowing for the traceability of events and corrective actions. Of course, this is a job of the system administrator. And I'm sure now most institutions, organizations at the government level also have certain policies to ensure the safety and security of information and assessing different risks formulating actions to be taken in this or that accident. There are different degrees, these incidents are differentiated by the degree of damage they can do. And I am sure these days it is all available and duly implemented. So on this topic, in this context, we should understand what definitions exist, what definitions are there and intended for this context, which definitions can be used.
So protection of the recordings, what that means. So ensure the integrity and confidentiality in the course of the entire usage. And here we talk about the control logs, electronic signatures. So these are for IT specialists or for the servicing personnel, and they know that this control log contains all accessing the system and exiting the system, and if the consumer has the right to do changes or input information. So all these procedures are indeed documented in the control log. It's very important when we talk about sensitive data, security of records, and this is, of course, the protection of the accidental or deliberate changes or destruction. So the issue of security has different levels, and it has to be discussed so as to find corresponding measures to ensure security. And now migration. So that's when we transfer the one calculation system from one computer environment to the other. It's a very important operation indeed, which is to be controlled, because we do not know, are we transferring the whole of the data or only partially. So therefore we have to think about the verification of the migration. Now, a backup copy of the recording, so there will be a system component file, or even a person who is ready to supplant the principal element in case of a breach, a breakdown, external incident. And of course, it is very important if data are stored and have let's say in the forensic science, if we talk about some collection of traces, leads, or fingerprints, ballistic data, or the collection of audio records. So any collection that has to be transferred into different systems, we need to be sure that the entire system is safely and successfully transferred onto another system, onto another equipment, without compromise of the integrity. Now, e-source, these are the management records without hard copy. So all the printouts actually double in the electronic form, and it doesn't require any additional efforts. Well, if we have this hard copies, there is our archive, so we don't have to do backup the main data. And the verification of the integrity of the files is what it says it is, so just to make sure the files have not been tampered with, the integrity is intact. So that's important. We talk about the archiving and the transferring data. So we need to have the procedure that would check the verify the integrity of the files, and I believe this is very important too. Now, next sections of the standard speaks about the management of the system and its support. If it's carried out remotely or through external supplier, then lab should provide for consistency of the supplier of the operating system to the requirements of the standards. So if we are using the services of the external supplier, therefore we need to demand from them the compliance with the standard, be that safety, integrity, and accessibility of data. So this is something we need to discuss, and there are hardly any outfit that would have no IT people. So these IT technicians, in-house ITs of the lab, but still it's considered as a external system. So these IT specialists should be familiarized. They should understand why these requirements are important. And I believe that most of the ministries and agencies and organizations have some kind of a guidebook that would describe the policy of this safeguard. And these guidelines also should show how to use the system in order to not to make damage to the entire system. So, and the next section is also about this, should make sure that these guidelines and databases should be easily accessible for the staff. And it means that accessibility is important, and of course certain induction of the IT specialists is in order, or any other specialists who use the system or database. So this would be, and this is how it's done in the lab. And the last section of the standard is about calculations, and the data transfer should be diligent, systematic checks and validation. So we talk about the systematic checks of the calculations and data transfer. So if we apply the calculating data in Excel, so we put in formulas, and then manually we take, before, now we take the calculator and actually check it out to make sure that the system is integral and there are no changes. And well, this check should be systematic. And of course, we have to decide on the frequency, who is responsible, and where to record this results of the this checkup. So for technical records, we also apply use the principle of 4 eyes. So well, it's part of the systematic checkups. So let's say we have an equipment that is managed by some software, and we need to make sure that this software is in consistency with methodology, and that the parameters are within the allowed range. And just to give an example, the genome analyzer to identify the locus when we do the DNA examination. So we have to plan certain periodical checkups, let's say once a year, once in half a year, so to make sure that the settings has not been changed for this particular methodology. And the gas chromatographer, for example, we also need to make sure that all the characteristics, like all the flow of gas, for example, is constant. So this systematic checkup of the electronic systems is very important for us, so that we are 100% sure on the accuracy of our data. So what is also important, in accordance with this section of the standard, we need to find, to make sure that the standards are applied in our activity. So, and once we develop our own system, our own procedures, or as we verify if we're consistent with this requirements of the standard, we do certain inventarization and we see what is consistent and how can we actually prove this consistency. So, well, it's in a nutshell, we refreshed the requirements of the standard in our minds, and the previous versions of the standard did not contain a separate section on information systems. And in this new version, there are requirements for the information systems of the labs, and we also need to design procedures. A procedure that would be designed and introduced in order to define the requirements for the data and information management and the policy for applying the system and the lab. So there's a procedural stakeholder process, and to assess its we need to decide on the criteria.
Информация и данные защищены от несанкционированного доступа, искажения или потери данных, что информация и данные свободно доступны персоналу лаборатории и что записи поддерживаются в таком состоянии, которое обеспечивает целостность и данных и информации. Так вот, значит, мы теперь должны разработать вот так процедуру, чтобы вот достичь вот эти критерии для процесса управления данными и информацией. Значит, наша цель мы уже обсудили.
So these were the key criteria, and apology. In the observation section, we have to state in which areas this procedure is used, and the requirements of the procedure apply to the data management and to implement the information security policy. This information security policy, if it exists in an agency, then we can apply and make reference to this information security that we comply, and this information security is established already in our agency or in the head organization, and we will not have to write these redundant procedures. So it will be sufficient for us to make a reference to the agency approved information security procedure. Later on, I will introduce to you a number of standards, but now we see the standards emerging for information security at the national level, because in our days, information is the most valuable thing, and information security is important not only for our laboratory, but for the whole nation and government, and even more, it is important at the international level. So if you have this information security policy available, you can make a reference to it. laboratory information management system. What is this? It is not only about the electronic system. It means that information management system in a laboratory is a system that incorporates the management of data and information available both in computerized and non-computerized systems and media. So again, in our laboratory, in our operation, we have to identify every single piece of our information management system and how we're going to handle it and how we're going to ensure the protection of all these little bits and pieces of our overall integrated information management system. As it is usually happens, and as I said, if the information security policy does exist, or if you have a computer network in your agency, or if you have a server. Now every institution has its internal, so its intranet or internal email. So you should have a manual, some kind of a guidelines on how to make your computer network and servers and software safe. Well, it is clear that responsibility should be assigned to every individual who is responsible, who particularly is responsible for which part of the system. So, and the process itself, we are going to talk about the collection, processing, recording, result presentation, storage, and search for information and data, which are carried out using individual systems and methods identified in our management system procedures, in the procedures for the research, or in the software user manual. So our system consists of so many parts you can see now. And every single bit, every single part of the system you should discuss and review. So we should describe how we do the collection and processing and how do we make our records and how we present the results. All this is connected with technical records, where we are going to store them, how we are going to collect them, and how we are going to protect them from any potential accident, or protect them from unauthorized access. So one part of all this entire information system is the technical record. For that, for example, we have a case file or a research file, and we collect all the data, and During our research, our study, we keep it in safe custody, in a safe box, or in a laboratory, in a place to which some strangers do not have any access. And then our technical records we send to the archive and keep them for a certain length of time in the archive. So our entire system consists of these various bits and parts. So one part is technical records and result presentation, the presentation of findings. And for the nomenclature case, so the nomenclature outline, again, it carries the information and how this information and documents, how they are collected, in which case files, and how and where they are stored. Speaking about ways of collecting data and information, well, you know that in the procedures we have a preset forms which are filled out with data, and again it is indicated where these forms are kept. So this is basically the entire the whole system. If we talk about information and data of the software, then it says how this data are to be used, how they can be printed out, chromatograms, for example, the readings of the gas chromatographer, gas analyzer readings. Again, we find this in the user manual. And we have to stipulate, we have to describe all this about our information system. For that, we need to do the inventory of all the systems in our laboratory and indicate which systems and methods are used. This laboratory information system, of course, some laboratories have such a system which are controlled, which are only software controlled. But since you have not implemented any of such systems, we talk about our own system, parts of which operate autonomously, independently, but create or constitute our information system. If the documents are electronic, again, we have to describe what we use. In electronic documents, how do we track down changes? First, there have to be access rights and the possibility to register any alteration, any modification or change. It is called a controlling logbook, which is the electronic version of a traditional paper-based method. So if we have any databases, and as I have already mentioned, we can use the logbook to control for changes in time, what were happening, what kind of changes were introduced or made to the database. This, what in our paper-based world was obvious, and clear that no characters, no whiteouts can be used. We should just delete cross out so that the previous value could be clearly seen. We identify, we put our name and last name and the date when that change was made and by who, and the previous value still clearly visible. But again, in majority of the systems, this capability exists through the controlled access, and it is possible to track down who made the change and when. So this procedure itself should be designed in this manner, and everything should be covered, provided for, and this entire process, we have to describe it, who is responsible for what, at what stage, and which ways of controlling it are used. And usually for all the information management system documents, there are applications, and for our procedure, in this situation, perhaps one of the annexes would, or one of the applications would be electronic data archiving log. If there are some documents to be archived, then we should somehow have some form in which we will be putting down the evidence and where this copy is available, where it can be obtained from, where it is stored. So this kind of information we have to put in some kind of a logbook and make it available. And we should describe it duly and to demonstrate that we do all this. So we need to design the archiving logbook. Here a reference may be given to how information and data are collected. You may give a reference to clause 8.4 data management, and if this procedure list offers the whole list of registers, the list of what cases are generated, what files exist, and where these files are stored on a particular area. For example, the management system records, such as an audit report or some corrective actions log. So we should have some file that contains this information. So this procedure for laboratory information system management, we can make a reference to other procedures that talk about storage of records.
I would also like to present the ways of using Excel for these purposes, and as they say, poor laboratories, they can't afford this software, which are quite costly. And well, if They have members of staff who are rather proficient with Excel, and I believe that it can be used for many purposes. Using Excel, of course, and then labs use this for calculating some routine calculations, integrating different applications. For example, if you calculate concentration of the narcotic substance, for example, or when you calculate indefinite values, so that's when you use this. And so we have to see if Excel can be useful, and because it has very many functions. And they say Excel is a fantastic tool to work with data, and it's used also in various research institutes and labs. But we need to know what we want to receive and get from these Excel and use it properly. So we also have this information from Eurolab Cookbook number 12. Well, you can find more about Excel and Eurolab Cookbook. Provides certain information brief that labs could use. And if we know how to use Excel, then we can print out this calculating tables and show formulas. And if we need to do some checkups, then we can see the formula, then we just manually put the values and do the calculation. As I told you earlier, where we can use Excel, we can use it for statistics, data analysis, and for illustrations, storage, automation, and then so we can plan, we can document, we can verify quality, we can do controlling diagrams using Excel. And I might have shown you what is very popular in my country, this journal in the Excel, this application. And then, I lost internet connection for a moment. So what data do you need? So you can use Excel and create a very good tool to record data. for, as you can see, where you can break it down by the departments, for example. So you register, so how many tasks are on. It's good to distribute tasks and to check the deadline. So any data that they could be registered into this kind of log, journal, or table rather. So when you need to do when you do a report, you can create a separate table. You can make diagrams, some animation. So it's very, very useful and handy tool. And what else you can use Excel? There's this publication, how to take samples of drug substances for quantitative analysis. So there are such guidelines, which is designed in collaboration with the Euro Commission and sponsored by them. So this guidelines is available online on ENFSI's site, and it is also used. It also uses Excel, so it's used for calculations as to what quantity of samples should be taken from each site, and indeed you also which is very important. So for the software, you will notice that you can register different changes or reviews. So the first version is in the archive now. The second version is active. So here it's very important to have the history and document if you have different versions. So there is the hypermetric tool, which is a software that calculates the volume of the sample, the size of the sample. And so if there are any changes, it's all documented, recorded, and then you can see there is a validation of the second version. And now you understand that in our system of quality control, everything is to be recorded so that we can prove that we there's a due diligence and we did what has to be done. What else had to be said about the database? So any database, just like as our method or equipment. So it should be tested, it should be validated, and the data so we have various terminology as you can see here, one of the best instruments for testing is known as the black box tests. So it's when the software is done in such a way that the person who runs the test, it doesn't know about the testing element. For example, if we talk about the software, the database, for example, you're comparing fingerprints or voice identification. So in order to test this database, you need to input certain element that you need to test, and then you verify if it's just as if you were identify substances on the gas chromatograph. So you have some reference substance which you compare it with the testing one. In the same way, in the database, you should test and compare with the testing element. And another way to test is called the white box testing. So when the person who runs the test knows about the internal parameters of the testing element, well, there are different names for it, the white box, transparent box, glass box. So they all are about software testing. So the various phases of validation, just as you do validation of your methodology, in this case, you can go through various stages and you should know what are you validating. So you have the necessary documentation, you outline the aims and the requirements for the software and equipment, and the design and implementation. So you use the calculating table, coding, and indeed we need to do the inspection of this system using, let's say, white box and run the test. And then we run the black box test and everything checks out, then we can actually launch it for use of our equipment. Now, these validation stages they are used when you have the electronic equipment, when you use the equipment. And of course,
so what is important when we create or when we have available some software, we should, of course, have to have the procedure of risk assessment that includes security. As we understand, these are risks related to the use of computers, computer-based systems, and software in a laboratory. It is not singled out, it is not specifically identified or mentioned in a standard, but as you understand, the level of this risk may affect your results, the results that you obtain. So therefore, this risk should be assessed, how this risk affects the scope and content of the validation process. So this level of risk has to be assessed as well. So before this software is introduced and implemented in the lab, you have to assess the risk related with this implementation, and the risk assessment should be done in order to assess the scope and content of required validations or verifications, and this assessment may include and not limited to what you will see on the next slide. And it depends on what kind of software is to be used. There are commercial software, standard software, or designed by the lab, or maybe off the shelf, readily available but modified. And this influences the risk assessment and validation and or verification. Usually, the way we do risk assessment, we identify potential events that may result in a non-compliance, the assessment of the probability of such events, and of course the identification of the consequences of such events. Once you have established that, we need to find the ways how to avoid this event, and we should assess the costs, evaluate the costs, and then the weaknesses and strengths, advantages and disadvantages, if such methods are used, how much it will cost us, and we have to analyze the consequences. If we use something, of course, it should all be in proportionate to the potential damage. And then we decide on what we do, or decide whether we do it, and then we can then test the software. Again, this happens depending on the available specification. We type in some input data, we check for the data transfer, we check the functionality, test the functionality. Again, the standard set of input data, then we calibrate with the already known samples or specimen, and this is how we this is the actions we take for the validation process. But as you realize, database has certain resource for a good performance, for the good functioning. As everything else in life, a database has a certain limit of its capabilities. Therefore, it is important to assess this limited capability of a database and for how long the database will operate credibly and deliver good performance. The same as you do with the calibration curve. It also has certain boundaries within which it complies linearly, and there are areas, there are zones where it does no longer abide by the linearity. In chemistry, for example, when you calculate the concentration and signal, same for the database, for this or for the software, there are certain boundaries, certain limits within which they can operate, they can perform well and credibly, and with what data volume they are going to misbehave, so to say. So you have to assess, review all that to see what is used and for which purpose. And my final piece of information from me, it's information security, and here I would like to mention international standards from the 27,000 series. They cover in different areas of the subject. They cover their respective parts. There is one for the information technology. If we have the new version of the standard 27,000, new version issued in 2018. Information technology, security techniques, information security management systems. It has a collection of terms, vocabulary, and there are other standards too.
Есть вот 27021, это...
There is 27001. This is the competence requirement for the vendors. For those who provide the security services, who take care of the security, information security. There are competence standards for the laboratory tests, and there is also a standard for the information system security, information security management systems. Системы управления
сохранности и вот, ну, для этих, кто производит эти системы.
For those who manufacture these systems. And you may require that this 27001 standard establishes requirements for uh, for this information systems. So as the vendor will be offering you the systems, you may ask whether that system complies or meets the requirement of this 27001 standard. As you can see, the standardization has a very broad scope of application, and in every domain every domain has its own set of standards. As you know, the standards of 17,000 series have to do with accreditation, and this standard series has to do with information security. So just for you to note. Another thing I would like to briefly mention, that these so-called laboratory information management systems, there are products and there are many vendors that do it using the Lab Solutions platform or other. There are large number of vendors of this kind. But this is already an expensive thing and not affordable to many. But in a sense, it's convenient. But for every convenience has a price, and these systems can be incorporated into the network. Network where you have a lot of equipment, many pieces of equipment, and equipment to be managed in a network, and there you control the validity of results. Of course, first you have to do your inputs, but the system itself controls for any process disruption and send alerts the user. But the more pieces of equipment you incorporate into the system, the more expensive the software, not only when you buy it, but also it's going to be more expensive in maintenance. But these systems are used in those laboratories that handle that deal with information quality, food quality control laboratories, and others that routinely have a large number of samples, assays to test, that have a large amount of assays per day to process, and they tend to have this kind of a software, and where the process itself is controlled and the alarms are generated in the system if something goes wrong. But as you understand, in the systems like that use control samples, and for that you may ask the system to calculate the result for you and generate a document showing the results. All this, of course, is rather costly. In Lithuania, in our center, we also were thinking about introducing a system like but a certain amount of money was made available and they started designing the system, but then the vendors have changed their stuff. And eventually, what was left of this idea is what was kept is the document control system, and many agencies and institutions already have it, and I believe you have that too. The document control system. So it is no longer logbooks that you register, you use to register for your internally generated documents, but now you're using software to keep records of all the documents that you process and generate. So you use it's all computer-based, software-based, all your document controls. Of course, it's a challenging task. The systems are also expensive, but very convenient, very user-friendly, because and the amount of paper is reduced. No need to sign with pen on paper. It is all done by the software. And as my former boss used to say, I don't have a single piece of paper on my desk. Everything happens in the system. All the signatures, all the approvals and endorsements take place in the system electronically. So this is our future, and I believe as we progress, we no longer have any paperwork, so all the records will be generated and handled electronically. Do you have any questions? On the one hand, I have provided you with lots of information. I hope some of it, at least some of it, was useful to you. But you may have questions at this stage, so you're welcome to ask. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much for such an informative
I am
presentation.
delighted to see you. However, online you have helped us a lot at this stage, at the first stage when
I
our center was
would
going
like
through
also
the
to
accreditation process.
express
We are very
my
grateful to you
to
on
say
behalf of the center, and we wish
to pass
you
my thanks
good health.
because you were
So technically, do we have the interpretation from
so helpful
Uzbek into Uzbek?
while we were
For
going
you to
through
be
accreditation
able
process.
to hear the interpretation in Russian or English, you have to select
So if you want
the
to switch
language for
to another
interpretation.
language,
Maybe
I
you were
think you
listening
said about the
for the
absence
Uzbek
of interpretation.
select
Please
the
just
language. You
select
can
the respective tab
listen
and
either to Russian or English interpretation. Our next presentation is also going to be in Uzbek language, but I have asked the distinguished audience, but if you have questions, please note them down. We will listen to another presentation, and then we will have a dedicated session for questions and answers. Excuse me, may I ask a question? In the agenda, I saw that the next speaker, his name rings the bell. Are we not related by any chance? Oh, we are all related. We all know each other well. Have you been able to select the interpretation? Madam Daiva, at the bottom of the screen, you have a globe sign. At the bottom of your screen, at the bottom of your screen, you have the globe sign. Click on that and select the language. Well, it's not, it's beyond my reach. At the bottom of your screen. It seems it is not accessible. This option, this function is not accessible to me. Okay, at the top. But microphone, it says the microphone is off. No, you do not need a microphone. You just need to select the language and pick up the language that you want to listen to. There is a globe sign at the right bottom. Okay, let's not waste time. I will figure it out. If there are questions, you will get from me the procedure template. And if you have more questions on the subject, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. If anyone have questions for Daiva, please go ahead and ask, and then we will continue later on. Any questions from the floor?
Please, if there are any questions, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Daiva. I have a question. Can you tell us which information systems Lithuanian experts use to ensure information security and data management? Which information systems we use? Well, your information systems, it's all parts that I was mentioning. This is the information system, all those bits and pieces. The technical records you generate in a case file. So this is your system for technical records. Now, in our center, we have a system for document control or document management system. So it's a commercially available system. Somebody developed it for the entire police. So this is another part of the system. The document control system, where you can register different records, quality, what is familiar to us, then technical records again. The documents, the presentations, the release of results of our expert studies. Another system which is already operating in Lithuania, which is quite interesting, and this is probably a future, and maybe for you as well. This is so-called electronic case file. It is used right from the crime scene up to the courtroom. Electronic case file is generated. It has the levels of authorization, who has the authority to fill out which segment, which piece of this file, which section or portion of this file. And for this electronic case file to work, to make it work, we had to develop templates, create templates, electronic templates. And for each area, the user opens his template for his area of expertise, and he fills it out, and then the system identifies that user, and this is how it is used. It is quite a new thing. It's sophisticated, it's complex. Imagine that in this electronic case file, all institutions should be connected. connected in this network. And as many, there are expert institutions, forensic institutions, courts, court authorities, but probably in the future everybody will be using it. But to prepare for it is a very challenging task. It requires very complex preparation. It cannot be done overnight. It will take at least 2 years to implement the system. But within our center, inside our center, we have one system which is paper-based and another one, this document control system, which is a generic and common shared by all the police authorities. Thank you. I also have a question.
Можно чуть-чуть погромче?
Я говорю, спрашиваю, в чем заключается техника тестирования?
What is the testing technique using the modeling of specific devices? How can we implement it in practice? So in practice, you should, everything is verifiable using an assay, the control assay, which has the known characteristics for you, the parameters of which you know. Everything can check if you have the control available. If you know that you need to identify a person by voice. So some of you make the voice recording, and now you have this benchmark of the voice, and then you upload it into your system, and this is how you check whether the system works, whether the system will be able to identify this voice and link it with the person. So it works exactly in the same way. There is no trick. It's all very simple. Just by known parameters, you know what you have to get. Okay, thank you. Clear. Thank you once again, Daiva. We are getting ready for the second phase of the accreditation of the center, and we do need your expert review and expert advice and guidance. We look forward to seeing you soon in Tashkent. First, we all need to be vaccinated and then be friends again. But we hope the pandemic will be soon over. But as the vaccine was validated, everything everywhere needs to be validated. So I wish you all the very best. Thank you for listening. My apology if it's very difficult for me to speak in Russian. I have forgotten. If I were personally present, you would have inspired me. No, you did perfectly well. Thank you.
Endi mavzu haqiqatan juda dolzarb mavzu edi. Ma'lumot va axborotlarni boshqarish.
Actually, this information was rather pressing for us, for experts, and they are considered to be important. And for example, to disclose information, it's also has some connection to criminal responsibilities. And also, it's important to render the information to the wider public, and it's important for us, for experts, to have some definite new knowledge and to get new experience. And as you've learned today, Now we're going to switch to the next topic of digital judicial forensic. And also we'll talk about introducing IT and innovations to forensic activities. So now we have established this forensic system, and now we are on the stage to introduce the system to the judiciary and law enforcement facilities. And because of the informants of this topic, we have selected it. And now we have the presentation ready to be delivered. And I would like to give the floor to Murat Yakubov. And he will give you detailed information about the forensic system. And we've talked much about the documentation and their turnover, and if we are lucky to finally introduce this system, we will have another convenient system on top of the documentation management system. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to warmly greet at the forum. And this our event is mainly relates to data, to information, their security, and also I will talk about our products developed in the sphere of IT and innovations. And also I will talk about the e-government system as well. In our center today we have the following systems, and we know that currently across the world, every organization and any facility, they have electronic form of documentation. And we have also developed the website expert.uz, and which has a mobile and integrated system, which is integrated to other systems, and which is periodically being updated. And also we have the presidential decree 4125, and on its implementation we have another system. I will give more details on them on the next slides. And we know that so we are experiencing now the second year actually of this pandemic situation, which demands integration or introduction of new online systems. And we have developed electronic education platform in our center. And for that, we've already trained our experts who are being professionally trained. And all these platforms are located at the domain of .uz. And if to say about RSEM UZ, the purpose of the of this system is to create jobs for forensic experts, and also to registration of their opinions, and also sending appeals, and also reducing the period of the examination of definite opinions. Also, we can say about the period of forensic examinations. Also, the system has its functions. Here we mean the automation of forensic examination. Also, the raising the effectiveness of analytical researchers. And the next is organization of planning. And the next also about reducing the time to develop reports. Also, we have the function of registering the staff. Also, we have the part which also registers and also the counts the documents as well. And automatically all this it provides reports on forensic examination, and of course it makes convenient to perform a row of functions. And by doing this, we have reduced the time of receiving the documents on forensic examination by half. And also the development of reports will also reduce from 3 days to 5 minutes. So, and also we have different modules. The first one is the module of administrator, and it will be the main module which will govern and manage other modules. And the next is about HR, which will register and regulate the human resources, the enrollment processes. And for each staff member, we will have electronic dossier. And the next one is also the module to register the forensic examination, each case of examination. And also we have the module of counting or controlling the number of forensic examinations. And I would like to say here that this module updates once in a month. And the next is the module of research files, because each file has its own life cycle, which is automated. So its movement or progress is systemized as well. And the next is the module to formulate the forensic review opinion. And all those opinions or conclusions are also stored in the system. And the next is about the module about the reports, for which we have different forms of reports. And as I said, it just takes 5 minutes to make a report. The next is the module of automation, or it's authorization, and where we've introduced the access system with the help of electronic signature. And firstly, the system will ask you for electronic signature. And afterwards, it will just connect every other file to that electronic signature. And also the next is about research files, and which is mainly connected to their implementers. And also these files can be also shared between different experts who can independently work on file. The next module is about tasks, and also we have the next one is a module on HR reports, and you know that we have also some services on a paid basis, and the next module is requests module, which registers the dates and also the numbers of requests. And currently our system works on integration of our system to other institutions. And also we have the other portals. The first one, which is the sudexpert.uz, which is about the introduction of IT and innovations to the sphere of forensic examinations. And the next portal is rsem.uz, which is about integrating the forensic examination system to other institutions. And if to say other institutions, these are the higher court. We have the plan to integrate the system with them. Also, we have the General Prosecution Office and also the MOI, the Ministry of Health. So we're going to integrate with their information and IT services, and we're going to modernize the system as an entire system. Of course, all of them can work separately, but at any time they can share any information, and through the modules. And even if the information are in different institutions, they can easily share those data. And what will be actually the outcomes of all this integration? First of all, we'll be able to register the forensic opinions, and also we'll be able to send them to requesters. And also we'll be able to reduce the time of developing reports and time of submission as well. So because for each report now we are spending just 5 or 10 minutes to deliver a report, for example, to some definite judge. And also we'll be able to optimize and to rapidly deliver our opinions to requesters, and also Also, the court orders are also will be delivered electronically. So we are planning to launch the system in the first half of 2021. So actually, if to tell about the different aspects of this information portal, from this portal, citizens should be able to get information in a short time, without spending or without searching for information for long. And also the interface should be interactive and user-friendly. And also the purpose of this system is introducing the technologies and innovations to the system of forensic examinations. In this introduction of this portal will result in convenient submission of reports to addresses, and the system works equally on tablets or phones or smartphones. And also we have developed a row of questions, and so we'll have the section of Q&A, which would be convenient for citizens in finding this or that information. And the portal is in Uzbek and Russian languages. Also, the people will be able to find information about the forensic examinations, and also the standards posed by the state. And many different information is given in the portal, and the portal consists of a series of modules. If to say about the center itself, also it has the information about other departments of the center. Also, it gives information about the laboratories in the territorial subdivisions of the center, or also you can find an information what laboratory is situated in which region. And also there are information about forensics as well. Also information on researches underway. And also there is information on experts training center, which would be very useful for experts, for practicing specialists. Also, it has an Q&A section for professionals as well. Also, the portal has requirements for professionals, which or also the baseline requirements for professionals, or for those who are going to be an expert. And of course, all the information will be updated periodically. And also there are information on some different fees, or the ways to pay those fees. And the fees can be paid both in cash or by transactions. And you can see some examples from the main page of the portal. So now the portal is being tested. So these are the information about our center, about our activities. So please, if you have any questions, please go ahead. And of course, the system will be integrated to other institutions, and you will get more information. Please, questions.
So about expert opinions, what do you think? How it's legal to put it on a website, and who can access those results, forensic results? So yes, all opinions, all results will be encrypted, and only forensic expert can see the results, and either his superior or the superiors or managers. Even, for example, secretaries cannot see results. And in open space, in open access, there will be only just a letter, cover letter with just some general details. And currently, after system finishes its development phase, it will be using VPN, virtual private networks, and it will become a closed computer network. Any more questions?
Есть какое-то вот планируется как с системой менеджмент?
Do you plan any system?
So yes, we are moving to the second phase, international cooperation. So yes, we are talking about one point. If you have any questions, please. Thank you very much. So if there are no questions, thank you very much. I would like to thank UNDP, Minister of Justice, our guests, and so I would like to thank them. Of course, nowadays, our president started reforming all spheres, and also including forensic expertise area. So we have to improve and develop our activities according to the international standards, and we have to help to protect both individuals, companies, both in Uzbekistan and outside. And this was the main topic of our meeting of Tashkent Law Spring, Second International Legal Forum. We have participants from many countries, from many organizations, and I hope we received substantial results. And because of the pandemic, we had to conduct it in a hybrid form, and with help of experts. With help of experts, I hope to meet you during next forums. And yes, and I hope pandemic will be over during this year. And if you have any questions, please forward suggestions. We are ready to cooperate, ready to answer them. And the Ministry of Justice is the main coordinating body on improving forensic area. So we are developing concepts, and everything is published. And please share your opinions. If there are no other questions, I'm closing this event. And again, let me thank all participants, and I hope to meet you in good health during next meetings. Thank you very much. Bye.